Welcome to the most prestigious women's chess tournament, FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. The final leg of competition is taking place in beautiful Austria. Watch daily video broadcast and see how the best female chess players in the world conquer chess peaks in the Austrian mountains. Two top finishers of the series will play in the candidates tournament. Join us every day from May 6th to May 15th on the FIDE YouTube channel.
Welcome to Austria, dear viewers, where 10 of the strongest female chess players in the world are participating in the final leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix, and it's going closer to the end. Today's round number 8, and your host for today is going to be myself, Angelika Valkova, and I'm happy to be joined by Grandmaster Felix Bloberger. Felix, it's nice to have you here.
It's great to be back with you. Yesterday we had the pleasure to have Vichy Anand on the stream, but yeah, the last two rounds I have the honor to be joined with you to host the stream together. So I'm really excited. Only 2 more rounds left, so I'm guessing we're going to see a lot of fighting games. I mean, now is the sort of the most important phase of the tournament. So yeah, super excited for the last 2 rounds. Should we jump in and take a look at the results from yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday we had an eventful day. We had only one draw between Muzychuk and Nurgyul Salimova, which made her to step half a point backwards. Meanwhile, Jiner managed to beat Dzagnidze and catch up with the leader. Olga Badelka had a great position out of the opening, but unfortunately, at the end, in the very sharp position, she lost to Mariya Muzychuk. Alexandra Kosteniuk managed to use the blunder of the Indian superstar Vashali and score a victory. Meanwhile, Zhongyi is also slowing, trying to catch up with the leaders and beating Lela Javakhishvili. What an incredible day was yesterday. What was one of your favorite games?
Unbelievable. It was, I'm just super impressed by Zhu, who has an amazing comeback with 5 out of 5 points. She lost the 2 first games and now she's just winning, and it seems like she's unstoppable. Yesterday also a fantastic game against Dzagnidze. But yeah, picking a favorite game, well, I would say Zhu Jiner, because well, she's just a machine here. It's just incredible to see her play. You have a favorite game from yesterday?
I fully agree with you. Zhu Jiner is also my favorite game, and it reminds me, her performance reminds me of Vashali's performance at the candidates, who lost a few games in a row, and then she managed to score 5 points at the very end. What an incredible comeback, especially now also for Zhu Jiner in one of the most important tournaments for her, because if she managed to be at least number 3, she is going to get a ticket to candidates next year.
And it does look like she's about to make it. So as we already mentioned, she did manage to actually catch up with Muzychuk. Perhaps we can have a look at the current standings. So as we can see, Muzychuk with 5 points, and yeah, also Zhu Jiner at 5 points, so 5 out of 5. I just have no words for that. And they are closely followed by Zhongyi, who has currently 4.5 points, and after that we have Vashali, who unfortunately lost her game against Alexandra Kosteniuk yesterday with 4 points. Then we have 2 players on 50%, Dzagnidze and Alexandra Kosteniuk, and Nurgyul Salimova on 2 points, as well as Olga Badelka. So yeah, super excited for today's round as well. We just see so many decisive results every day. I think yesterday there was, again, only 1 draw, and I think have we ever seen a round where there were only draws? I think not, yeah.
I think we have never had, maybe at the beginning there were like 2 draws or something like that, but at any round there is at least like 3 or 4 decisive games, and it's exciting. Also, what I'm wondering, at the beginning of the tournament we had 3 players, Zhongyi, Zhu Jiner and Muzychuk, who had the chance, in case, for example, Zhongyi would win the whole tournament, to get the ticket to the candidates. Now we have two players, Anna Muzychuk and Jiner, and unfortunately for Anna, it's not enough to share first place. She needs to get the clear first. So it's a critical round both for Anna Muzychuk and obviously for Jiner. But I think, I don't want to jinx, but I feel like Jiner is almost 100% going to get third place and with that the ticket to candidates.
Yeah, and if she continues playing like that, maybe there will be something more in it for her than third place. We will see. So maybe we can continue with the pairings for today. I already know that, Zhuzhina is going to face Olga Badelka. I think they had many games already since they are, I believe, the same age, like born both in 2002. And as you mentioned before, they only had decisive games so far, no draws. So we're surely going to see a huge fight in that game. Other pairings include Nana Dzagnidze against Nurgyul, Salimova, and as you mentioned, Anna Muzychuk certainly will try to win her game against Lela Javakhishvili. Of course, with the black pieces, always tough to do so, but well, it's sort of a must-win game for her, I would maybe even say. And here we can see, the players are already getting to the playing hall.
Yeah, one more pairing is Vaishali against Zhongyi. I think it's also one of the most important pairings, crucial for the overall standings. Definitely, probably not so much for Grand Prix points, but definitely for this final leg, because Zhongyi can still catch up and get one of the podium places in this final leg. But yeah, while we are talking, we can see also this view of the beautiful playing hall. I mean, I will never be tired talking about how amazing this playing hall is, how beautiful it is, and what a pleasure is for us also to be here in the second part. So we have, what you can see, dear viewers, on the left part was the playing hall, and on the right part it's where the commentary studio is.
Exactly, and today we also have nicer weather. In the beginning of the tournament it was rainy a little bit, but now even with the perfect weather conditions, it really feels like a vacation here, actually.
Yeah, I think weather is also knowing that the tournament is coming towards an end and trying to smile a bit for the current leaders. We see that Lela Javakhishvili arrived at the board, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, Nurgyul, Salimova and Zhongyi, so top three players to arrive at the round. And all the other players are getting the fair play check. That's very important before the round and also after the round. And Alexandra Kosteniuk is standing also behind, as well as Olga Badelka just arrived at the board.
And the fair play checks, maybe we can mention Anna Srebrenic is in charge of that, very renowned fair play check officer, just making sure that all the players feel safe here, and just making sure of that. And another pairing which we have not mentioned yet is the face-off between two former world champions, actually, Mariya Muzychuk against Alexandra Kosteniuk. I'm sure they had many, many games against each other, just have been on the top of women's chess for so long.
Yeah, and talking about Alexandra Kosteniuk, she had a couple of upsetting rounds, but she managed to strike back and come back with 2 wins in a row. The previous 2 rounds she managed to score in previous round the victory against Vashali, used the mistake which she made, the blunder, and the day before that against Lela Javakhishvili. So she still has some chances to come up in the tournament, but also, as Mariya Muzychuk yesterday in the interview said, that for her it's not important anymore, this fight for the candidate spot, but rather she can relax and just play some chess. But of course, Mariya said, I'm still, of course, rooting for my sister to win this tournament and get the candidate spot, because it's, super important for her, of course, but again, the share first place is not going to be enough. So for Anna, it's clear first, which can get to her this ticket to candidates, which she, of course, cannot wait to get.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have the fight for 2 tickets for the next candidates tournament, and of course all of the players are eager to earn that spot in this FIDE Women's Grand Prix.
Yeah, but again, it's not only about this FIDE Women's Grand Prix, but also about the other events which are going to take place. So even if someone who played well in FIDE Women's Grand Prix series, who is going to do well in, for example, World Cup or at the Grand Swiss, and then there is still a chance to get this 1 extra spot, so to say, FIDE circuit for the female players. So definitely there are still chances for everyone.
Absolutely. Here we see the Bulgarian superstar Nurgyul Salimova getting ready for the game, and her opponent has not arrived just yet, Nana Dzagnidze.
Yeah, I believe they're being checked right now because, still there is some time, around 4 or 5 minutes till the round. So, and yeah, about Nurgyul, she's super strong Bulgarian player. She probably shook the world by getting to the finals of the previous World Cup. So it was definitely one of the highlights of her career, getting to the candidates, where of course like she didn't do so well, but definitely it is a huge achievement to get a spot in the candidates. Not so many other players who are probably also the same strength as her got it, but she managed to do it. So it was absolutely incredible. Also beating Anna Muzychuk in the semifinals.
Yeah, we talked about that matchup also yesterday. I also just wanted to mention it again. It was just such a thrilling tiebreak, which they played against each other, and in the end, Nurgyul Salimova did prevail in that matchup in the World Cup. And Nana Muzychuk, Nana Dzagnidze taking her seat. Looks like almost all of the players are there already, and we see some smiles once again. In general, I would say that the atmosphere, even between the players, is very friendly here and relaxed. Is that also your feeling?
Yeah, for sure. And I think also the weather contributes to it, the playing conditions and such beautiful playing hall. And of course, also, the players are playing against each other on the very top for quite some time. So definitely they know each other. It's actually so difficult, when you're, in case of, for example, Muzychuk sisters, you are sisters and you have to fight against each other. But again, in case of the others, they're still friends, maybe not so close, but still they like have, for example, dinners together or like spend some time together, and then they have to fight it out over the board. So for this 5 hours, the friendship ends for some time.
That's how it always is. Yeah, not easy always to sort of make that shift if you're good friends with a player, and then to actually play against them. You have some experience with that. Like, how is it for you if you're playing against a good friend? Do you like to make some sort of friendly results, trying to not sort of put the friendship on risk, or do you just put it aside? When you play chess, you play chess.
Yeah, it depends actually, because once I had to play my friend and we lived also in the same hotel room, so it was very difficult to prepare against each other. So it came actually as a friendly outcome later. But yeah, generally, if we're still fighting out, and then later after the game, we can even have a dinner or something like this together. Discuss the game and forget about results. Sometimes I even lost to my friends, but okay, that doesn't stop me, of course, of being friends with them. We know this is just a game, and what is behind the board is behind the board. And what about you?
Yeah, I mean, in some cases it's very difficult if you're playing against like very close friends or even people you're working with, some training partners. But at the end of the day, I also feel like you should play all of your games, no matter against whom. And just put your friendship aside for, as you mentioned, those 5 hours. And after that, well, it's not really worth it to jeopardize the friendship like that. So I think
of course.
I was always lucky to not run into any trouble with my friends after after the games. Maybe we need one night or so to sort of forget about the game, but at the end of the day, it always works out.
And we see everyone is seated, everyone is ready, everything is ready. I believe the round is about to start, and we'll see the handshake just in a moment. And we see it. The round has begun, officially started, and we see knight f3 on the board of Lela Javakhishvili against Anna Muzychuk.
Knight f3 on that board. Always happy to see that move. One of my favorite ways to start a game. It's always a big fan of the Reti. Let's see what Anna Muzychuk chooses. I can also see one English opening in Nana Dzagnidze's game against Nurgyul Salimova, and Anna Muzychuk also opts for the English defense with c5, or also invites a Sicilian defense if Lela goes for e4. So there we see Nana Dzagnidze against Nurgyul Salimova.
Yeah, very interesting. c4, c5, knight f3 is on the board right now.
Yeah, many different setups possible here. Black can always try to go for this sort of Marozzi with g6, also just trying to copy white's moves with knight f6, and if knight c3, just knight c6. Often these positions become quite symmetrical, and we do see Nurgyul opting for knight f6.
So far everything is mirrored, very interesting. I think it's also pretty interesting, one of the okay, we have basically every round something interesting, but this one also especially because Nana Dzagnidze actually has never faced Nurgyul Salimova in classical chess, so it's their first encounter. Before that, they played against each other in the World Blitz Championships in 2021, where Salimova actually won, but she was playing white pieces back then. So their first encounter in classical, and of course we have also the fight, so to say, of generations. Salimova is younger, and yeah, Dzagnidze is already more experienced player, and very interesting matchup.
I was always a huge admirer of Nana Dzagnidze's chess. I mean, she has been at the top level for so long now, and still, well, her experience just shows in all of the games. So it's really always a pleasure to see her play. So she went for knight c3. Will Nurgyul continue copying the moves with knight c6?
I think it's still possible, right? Knight c6 is still can be played.
Yeah, knight c6, one of the main moves. Black can also opt for d5 to break the symmetry, or also e6 is one option, or even g6. Many different moves are possible here.
I think it depends what do you want to have on d5. Do you want to recapture with the pawn, so playing e6 and then d5, or you want to have a piece on d5? So
yeah, exactly. And in the other games, Lela Javakhishvili did it also. Yeah, also an English here.
Wow.
Bit different. Can already see a fianchetto on the king side from both sides. So these positions can often be quite symmetrical and even sort of closed with many, many pieces on the board.
Do you think we might see like that knight f6 still is going to be played? Because I don't feel like e6 and knight g7 is an idea here.
Yeah, so she did go for knight c3. Knight f6 is certainly an option for black here, to go knight f6. Also d6 is one idea, just to continue waiting, because if black goes knight f6, then white will always have the option to go d4 later on, and then set up some sort of Marozzi bind here, when sooner or later white can opt for e4 and build a nice center. So that's why many black players also start with d6 and then perhaps go for e6, knight e7. Many different setups. There's also the quite big Botvinnik triangle variation with e5 to follow it up with knight e7. Or also e6, yeah, to start with that, and then immediately knight e7. It does weaken the d6 square though, so there are some ideas for white to try and make use of that here.
Yeah, very interesting. Depends, yeah, how long can actually black wait here, because also the castle should be played at some moment on the king side. So for that reason, yeah, definitely it's now a question for black, because as you were mentioning, a knight f6, yeah. I cannot say it fails to d4, but it allows d4 for sure. So definitely big question now to Anna. What is she going to play? And looks like Lela is still in the book. She has not spent almost any time, but Anna is taking time right now.
Yeah, probably thinking about different options. I'm sure she's familiar with all of the different setups here, but just so many different variations to choose from. Did she go for knight f6?
I believe she played e6.
e6. Yeah.
Yeah, she went for e6. Very interesting. I was just mentioning that I don't feel like knight e6, knight g7 is going to happen. She's going for it. Yeah. Of course, it also makes a lot of sense. Keeping an eye on d4 square with the bishop and preparing the d5. And as we were mentioning also on the other board, but of course with a similar position, the e6, d5. Black wants to take on d5 with a pawn to keep more control over the center.
Absolutely. And here white has a couple of different ideas, as we mentioned earlier. This d6 square is weakened, so white has some ideas even to play d4 in many cases, and then knight b5 to have some options to jump into d6. We see a move being played.
Is it castle?
Short castle, yeah. And if knight e7, there would still be the option to go d4. There's also quite an interesting idea, which is h4. In general, people are playing this everywhere now. And well, the point is, if black goes h6, then in some of those lines with b4, this pawn on h6 can actually be hanging later on. So this is kind of some deep variations here, because, well, later on, this pawn on h6 can be hanging in many cases.
Yeah, and also definitely showing that after h4, moving something like knight to f6, and it's not going to be a move because you've already committed to e6, so it means the knight has to go to e7, and so to say, white tricked us as black and playing knight f6.
That's a great point you made, because usually when h4 comes, then black would actually like to play knight f6 just to control the h5 square. But here, once e6 is already on the board, then knight f6 is a bit counterintuitive, since the knight would actually prefer to go to e7.
But we have castle and
knight e7 on the board. Curious if Lela is going to opt for a move like d4. Could also prepare d4 with a move like e3 and then d4. Or perhaps maybe something slower with d3. Many different options here. Should we continue with Vaishali against Zhongyi?
Maybe just briefly mentioning about this matchup. So Javakhishvili against Anna Muzychuk, they had played already 7 classical games with 4 draws and 2-1 in the decisive games to Muzychuk. So Muzychuk is leading. The first game which I found they played, it was back in 2005, so very interesting. And back then they had old Indian Janovsky variation, and it was actually won by Lela. So that game was won by Lela, and since then, basically, Anna Muzychuk was dominating as well, also in the shorter time controls. For example, she scored 6 wins and 5 draws, and actually in shorter time controls and blitz and rapid, Muzychuk has not lost a single game. So,
Impressive score, huh?
Absolutely. So yeah, they had also many interesting variations like Queen's Indian and some rare lines in Catalan they have played against each other. So are not actually repeating what they already played before. So it's nice to see that players always trying to opt out for something new and not to go to the lines they already played against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's always sort of the thing that, well, many variations are sort of analyzed until the variant, but players still manage to come up with so many different interesting ideas, as we have seen in this event specifically. So many interesting different opening ideas being worked out by the participants.
Yeah, and while Lela is taking time, let's move on to Vaishali against Zhongyi. Zhongyi is also winning one game after another, being currently half a point behind Anna Muzychuk and Jiner, so has big chances to end up on the top of the leaderboard. And actually at the rest day, Zhongyi won the Blitz tournament, which was played. We already mentioned it yesterday, but it's also quite impressive that she came there playing casual tournament and she just won almost every single game, only one draw against Mariya Muzychuk.
8.5 out of 9 in that event. Very impressive performance by the former world champion, Zhongyi. And in this game, we can see sort of anti-martial type of, well, D3 Spanish is, I guess, what you would call it. So we have the Ruy Lopez with bishop e5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, and now d3 right away, not even allowing black the open Spanish after short castle, knight takes e4. So many players nowadays go for this line because it sort of cuts out a lot of theory and gives chances for a more fresher game. And what is also interesting maybe to mention here, that this is one of the systems which Vaishali's brother Pragnananda actually plays quite a lot. And as Vaishali and Prag mentioned in many interviews, they are sort of talking about different lines, and especially Prag is giving her a lot of feedback from his own experience especially. So this might be some special preparation by her brother maybe.
Yeah, very interesting move, this d3, allowing black going for this b5 and bishop c5, kind of this archangel stuff.
Yeah, so that's sort of the downside of starting with d3, because if you would start with short castle and then if black goes for a move like bishop c5, then white can try to get c3 and d4 in one move. So then this d pawn did not move to d3 just yet.
Question is here, knight e5 possible or it's not possible? Knight e5.
Yeah, that's one option as well. Maybe a better example is to put the classical move order in the Arkhangelsk on the board here with bishop c5. Because now white has the option to go c3 and d4 in one move, yeah. But as you said, here after bishop c5, also knight takes e5 would be an option. And yeah, here the same. Well, Vaishali did go for c3, but now d4 sort of loses in strength because white lost a tempo by playing d3. So therefore, Vaishali goes for the move bishop g5, putting some pressure on the knight and the queen, pinning them. h6, bishop h4, now bishop b6. This seems to be the current position on the board.
Did we have something similar in the game of Zhongyi against Anna Muzychuk.
This is a very similar position, but I think it started with an Italian.
Yes.
But yeah, as you mentioned, maybe we can put that on the board as well, because those lines actually have quite a lot of similarity. I think in that game it was sort of this move order with c3, d6, and something like this, bishop g5 now. This is, I think, how the game between Zhongyi and Anna Muzychuk went.
Yeah, so basically now she's having this with reversed colors, or like similar position with the similar ideas, definitely. And I remember in that game she was struggling with the bishop on g3, and after bishop g4 there were some issues. So maybe right now she can use what actually was used against her in that game and going for similar ideas. But definitely the both players are still in preparation. They still know what is going to happen.
Absolutely. Knight bd2 immediately played by Vashali. I would say that the main difference is probably that black has some extra space on the queen side with a6 and b5 if we compare it to the Italian, which could, on the other hand, also be some sort of weakness in some cases if white manages to maybe attack this pawn chain with a4, and this pawn on b5 could become a little bit soft later on. But overall, the position is very, very similar to the Italian with bishop g5.
And with knight bd2, white is not yet castling. I believe that's kind of what white wants to wait with, not yet going for it. And what happens in case black castles? Is there some opportunities actually to do something on the king side for white? Playing something like, I don't know, h3, g4, or it doesn't make any sense?
h3, g4. Yeah, it does look interesting.
Because of this hook on g5?
Yeah, I've never seen actually this idea with the bishop on h4, but looks very nice. h3 and g4, then g5 could become very, very dangerous. There are some ideas to immediately push g4 even. Like I was now thinking about a move like bishop d5 maybe, and if bishop d7 you could maybe think about something crazy like g4 already maybe, but...
Actually, yeah, because none of the pieces can take on g5. Or maybe g5 could be...
Yeah, then g5 is probably an issue, and now this usually doesn't work because of knight takes d5. It's often a problem. I mean, even sometimes there are ideas like this to take here and then push g4, but here it weakens the dark squares quite significantly. But there are certain lines where some funny business like this is possible.
Yeah, because it looks like most of the players are, for now, trying to wait out, not to castle, not to show the cards. Maybe for that reason also bishop g4 could be one of the moves. But maybe it doesn't bring so much strength because knight is defended by the knight. I'm not sure, but...
Yeah, if bishop g4, maybe I would go h3, you would go back to h5, or...?
That's actually a good question, because just now I was mentioning this h3, g4 idea, now white could get it even for free, or like we know the tempo.
This bishop now is also not that great. I mean, that's also what we pointed out, that actually the danger in this whole system for white is also this bishop that might be sort of stuck on g3 in many cases. So, and yeah, also black does not really want to give up this bishop on f3 because then the light squares would be quite weak long term.
Yeah, so maybe something like bishop d7, just developing the bishop out.
Yeah, that would be possible.
Because now white has to do something,
Probably white has to castle at some point.
And now the question if g5 can be tried.
So you want to have this position and leave the king on e8 for some time?
I'm not sure if I want to leave the king there, but I just didn't want to allow white to go for any g4, g5, and maybe now bishop. But okay, bishop g4 is waste of tempo. Yeah, it doesn't make so much.
You could maybe start with a move like queen e7 to be flexible.
Yeah, queen e7 I like a lot. Yeah,
might be quite useful here. And well, after short castle, you could think about the idea like g5 and bishop g4 then. On the other hand, now that I'm thinking about Tan's game against Anna Muzychuk, there the knight was actually, I think, on a3, or then later on c2. And there this pin was actually very annoying for white to face. But now with the knight on d2, maybe it's less of a problem for white since the queen can actually move in many cases and the knight is protected, in fact.
Yeah, so this idea is not so strong in this case.
I would say that short castle is still very much okay in this position. Since, well, those g4 things, maybe h3 is a move to consider. but maybe now g5 can work. Always have to calculate those things though.
King g7.
It's interesting that here the computer is not so happy for, like, I guess queen f3 doesn't look so clear to me.
Yeah, to me neither, so some...
But it might be hard to break this pin. Usually king g6 is often one idea. But...
Maybe h4?
h4, yeah. Yeah, and the king is sort of in trouble. Long term, there is one important idea in general here that after queen g3, black always has knight h5.
Oh.
And if the queen moves, then the bishop is going to hang. And if bishop takes on d8, then knight takes g3, forces white into an endgame with the piece down. Very important defensive idea.
Yeah, very important tactic to not to watch out for. And yeah, we see that Tan is also spending quite some time, so maybe she's out of the prep or trying to recollect her thoughts and ideas in this position and decide what to go for, because clearly Vaishali is in the prep with 1 hour and 32 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this game. I also saw many games by her brother, Prag, and well, he always showed very, very nice understanding of those positions, so it's going to be very exciting to see his sister play the same line.
Yeah, also talking about their matchup, Vaishali and Tan, obviously they played in the candidates, and overall they played 4 games in the classical time controls. There was only 1 draw, and it was 2-1 for Zhongyi. Basically, in the candidates, she won both of the games against Vaishali, and it's actually pretty interesting that after defeat to Tan, Vaishali started this 5 out of 5 incredible performance. So it was that she lost second, basically round or second circle to Zhongyi, and then she beat everyone 5 out of 5. So pretty incredible performance back then by Vaishali. So anything can happen in this game, even though the result is in favor of Tan.
Absolutely. And should we head on to our next matchup, Mariya Muzychuk against Alexandra Kosteniuk?
Yeah, definitely. Let's dive in there and see. Oh, is it
a French?
Wow.
Alexandra Kosteniuk opting for the French defense. We see an advance variation.
Have there been French in this tournament before? Because I don't remember it being when I arrived. So.
Olga Badelka played it against Zhongyi, where she actually had a big winning chance after the opening stage. I think there was also another game. It was a French winner between, I think it was Anna Muzychuk against Alexandra Kosteniuk. I think that Alexandra has already played the French before in this event. And we see d takes c5 on the board. That's quite a surprising decision. Giving up the control over e5. Never really saw that being played before. Bishop c5, bishop d3, knight e7 castle, and knight g6. So the pawn on e5 is sort of a long-term target, can be pressured also with queen c7 to come, even though for the moment white can probably still defend it sort of comfortably with queen e2. But still, it seems like sort of a comfortable outcome, opening outcome for Alexandra. Usually white goes for a move like bishop e2 and then short castle, and only in some cases takes on c5. It's quite unusual to take first, but still, position is very playable and fresh.
Yeah, and if I would be black here, I would be so happy. Like, I played French for quite some time, like almost my whole life. Then at some moment I changed and tried out some other openings like Caro-Kann and also e5 now I'm playing, but also sometimes French I still play. Yeah, I would be really happy, like with white is taking on c5, this long-term weakness on e5 is really, really annoying. But I mean, I would say that Mariya should have something in mind going for something like this. Even though looking at her time, it doesn't feel like that it was her preparation. And also looking back at her yesterday's game, where she got into trouble in the opening pretty early on, I would say that she might actually have some issues here. Well, Alexandra actually is still in the book.
Yeah, yeah. Also a little bit surprised, especially because Alexandra did play the French before. in this tournament. But maybe, you know, we talked earlier about sort of these mind games, trying to sort of catch your opponent off guard and spending some time.
Yeah, you know, like you play already French, so your opponent thinks, oh, she will not repeat it again. She will not go for French again. But here we have it. And what is actually your take on French defense? Because some people are saying, oh, French defense, you don't really play it on the top level. Meanwhile, we saw it in the World Championships matches being played. So yeah, what is your personal opinion about it?
Yeah, it's funny that you mention it because I saw a video being posted by FIDE yesterday where the players were sort of asked what is in their opinion, an underrated opening, and in my opinion, actually the French is one of them. And also for that fact, I think that we see, especially in the World Championship match, Ding Liren used it in many of his games. I think it's a very underrated opening, and that's also why we see it more and more in the top level now. The positions are often very strategically challenging, not that forcing in many cases. So it's very nice to see that opening being played more and more. And I think it's for a good reason.
And also very imbalanced positions you can get. So for example, if you play e4, e5, you can get at some moment some dry positions or like some very slow positions. But in French, everything can go pretty quickly and pretty sharp. Black is basically giving up the space in the center. But in return, Black has this basically extra moves like developing the pieces. When we look right now at the board, we can see 4 light pieces already developed. Okay, the bishop on d7 is a French bishop. It's a sad piece, but generally, the speed of the development. And then at some moment, some pawn breaks. So c5 pawn break already worked out for Black if White had to take on c5, and at some moment, f6 could be a pawn break after, let's say, short castle.
Exactly, very important idea in the French overall, trying to attack the center. Well, first of all, as you mentioned, with the push c5, trying to pressure the point on d4, and apart from that, also to attack the center with f6, which is probably one of the most important ideas now in the current structure we see here. Also, often one idea is to sort of try and remove the defender of the pawn on e5 with knight h4 in many cases, and sometimes also to play on the queen side with b5, b4, trying to sort of instigate some sort of minority attack there. We see short castle being played. Alexandra playing very fast and confident in this game.
Yeah, and I see why not. Yeah, because castle is a normal move. Now f6 is one of the moves which can come as next. Also looking, at this principles of the opening, we might say that Black actually fulfilled almost every of it. One is left to connect the rooks, but other than that, all the pieces are out. Black castled, and basically the only thing is playing something like queen c7, maybe targeting the pawn one more time. That would be like for the ideal setup. But of course, in return, White has extra space in the center, which Black has to either attack with f6 or attack with some pieces, maybe put some pressure.
Yeah, absolutely, very beautiful piece play by Black. All the pieces are already in play, so it looks very nice for Alexandra Kosteniuk here. And White needs to worry about f6 also in Olga Badelka's game against Zhongyi. At some moment f6 came, and then actually the Austrian number 1 had very, very good attacking chances, especially with the f-file opening up, the point on f2 being sort of a target later on as well.
Yeah, and talking about their matchup very briefly, altogether as they are a similar age, they played already many times against each other. Overall 18 games with 9 draws, and in the decisive result it was 6-3 in favor of Kosteniuk. So Kosteniuk is leading, and okay, they had also many different openings like Catalan, Italian, in of course current matchup with Mariya with white pieces, Trumpovsky and reverse dragon. So yeah, quite some interesting games they had, but when Mariya is playing with white pieces, it's actually 3.5 to 3.5. So we will see. We will see a draw, or we will see some decisive game. But I like already the beginning. I like how the game started. We will see a fighting matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. All of the games look very promising so far. There's still one which we have not had a look at, which is Jiner against Olga Badelka.
Ooh, we don't see the queens. Where are the queens?
Wow, what is happening here?
The queens are gone.
Is this also a French? So it was.
Nice.
Another French. Let's see, 3 knight f6. Looks like we have very classical Steinitz variation here. Knight c6, bishop e3, and a6, and Jiner goes for the line a3, very flexible move. Often the idea is that queen b6 now is sort of not a big threat anymore, since after queen takes b2 the queen would get trapped after knight a4 in many cases. And a3 in general is just very useful later on, covering the b4 square as well. Olga Badelka took on d4 and went for bishop c5 and bishop e2 on the board here. Usually I am only familiar with this move queen d2, trying to prepare long castle in many cases. And after that, black often sort of goes into this endgame. This is one of the big lines here. And white has a space advantage, but on the other hand, well, it is an endgame. Black is very solid. We'll try to regroup this knight to c6. In many cases with bishop d7, knight c8, knight a7, knight c6, and black is actually quite comfortable here, even has some chances to play for this e5 pawn here with g5, trying to break this pawn structure. That's another nice idea in this line. But bishop e2 was played.
Yeah,
so now I would assume that the point is, if black takes on d4 and goes for the same line, then white sort of saves the tempo because she hasn't moved the queen to d2 just yet, and the bishop is already on e2. So short castle on the board, queen d2, and knight takes e5. Wow.
Ooh.
So shocking tactic. I assume that the point is f takes e5, bishop takes d4. Not? Then there's bishop f2 back. Yeah. That's not the way, but then so it's probably knight takes d4. Yeah?
Yeah, because then bishop cannot return.
Exactly, because the f2 square is covered. So that's the whole point.
Wow. Yeah, so this is one of the disadvantages of playing this f4. It feels on the first, like at the first glance, it feels like supporting the pawn on e5, but it's allowing this queen h4 very interesting ideas and tactics, especially when the king has not castled yet. So yeah, very nice. I don't know if it was a find or it was a preparation. Of course, definitely the idea which Olga knew. But yeah, looks like actually Jiner was in the preparation, looking at her time.
Yeah, and we see them making so many moves. We're already, they played quite a lot. Knight takes c6, so many exchanges here, and in the end, does look like the knight on d8 is sort of getting trapped. Knight takes f7 on the board.
So we are heading into the endgame.
Rook takes f7 was played.
It's actually very interesting. Looking at the time usage, Jiner is 1 hour 35 minutes. She was expecting this endgame to come, where black has bishop, this French bishop, but okay, definitely it's completely different because there is no pawn on d5, so bishop can be developed via b5 and bishop coming to b7, for example. But on the other hand, the pawn on e6 could be still a weakness in some of the lines, so it's maybe that's something what Jiner wants to play on.
Does look a little more comfortable for white. I'm not sure if king e3 would be one way to protect the pawn. If white is able to sort of get control of the d file, maybe even put this knight to e5, then it can go wrong very, very quickly for black. But it does seem like, as you mentioned, this bishop could maybe think about going on this long diagonal, also maybe with the idea bishop d7, bishop c6. And, well, in general, rook and bishop is quite a nice combination.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the good things right now for black is that white played all the moves instantly. It means that black played like the first line or the best line of the computer because Jiner is in preparation. But on the other hand, you know that this is something what your opponent wanted to aim for, and this is something what your opponent was expecting. So it's, of course, a very uncomfortable position to be in. And we remember Jiner had very powerful play in the endgames. Yeah. And getting into the endgame where she can just push and push, probably something what she actually is happy to get. Yeah,
absolutely. And she's also sort of approaching a situation in the tournament standings that maybe she doesn't have to like play for a must win, but that maybe also a draw is actually fine for her. So keeping some sort of safety net might actually be sort of a good decision looking at the tournament standings.
Yeah, pretty safe choice. I mean, definitely with such pawn structure, I would say that definitely she is slightly better, but at some moment bishop can still be a better piece in open position in the center, especially as the knight. So it's going to be a big question. It's going to be fight. What is going to be worse, or what's going to be better, the pawn structure or bishop versus the knight? So yeah, big question.
Absolutely, yeah. As you mentioned, if the position opens up, like if black maybe is in time to push e5, getting rid of this weakness, it could certainly also turn around when black has the easier play with the combination of bishop and rook.
Because right now with black, it was black turn, I believe e5 is one of the moves to consider, because after take there is rook f2.
Yeah, absolutely. Also opening up the bishop on c8, certainly an idea. Maybe also after something like g3 could be considered to push e5.
Still.
Still.
Yeah, because then the pawn is going to be isolated and easier to attack, even though it looks like a passer, but getting the second rank, and bishop is going to control actually e6 square, so the pawn will not be able to. Oh,
yeah,
the computer already prefers black here.
After rook f2, black is getting so active. Still looks like black is not fully developed yet, but all the pieces are going to come out very, very soon. Also, bishop f5 is going to put pressure on the pawn on c2. So g3 looks like the top choice by the computer, but after e5, white would need to come up with something else.
Actually, a good question. What to play? Because the next move is take on f4, and then black is getting rid of this weak pawn.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what could be an idea.
Maybe a move like rook e1.
And then black could take.
And then I thought rook e8, rook f8. Maybe I'm gonna take.
And rook f1. No,
rook f1, g5 is maybe possible. But
then e. Oh,
yeah, in general, black should be fine with many different choices. Like bishop e6 also doesn't look that bad. King e7 and looks quite drawish, I would say. But g5 is also interesting. I was thinking this might be one way to sort of be more active with black, trying to generate counterplay with h5, h4.
It's a very interesting idea, because now you have pawns on the both sides of the board, and suddenly bishop might be a better piece than the knight.
Yeah. So interesting that we have an endgame so early, actually. After only
half an hour.
half an hour of play, we already reached one endgame, maybe even more. We can maybe start from the beginning. Dzagnidze against Salimova.
Yeah, maybe just shortly, what I haven't mentioned about this pairing is that Jiner against Badelka. It's actually very interesting to see this endgame, which could be, which is right now also around equal, and could end up as a draw, considering that all the games have played against each other were decisive. So they haven't played a single draw in the classical chess. Last time they played in Nicosia, so the previous one of the previous editions of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix this year, and 2024-2025, and there actually Jiner won, and altogether 5-2 is the score in favor of Zhu. So basically we have originally, starting before the round, I would say that there is actually very low probability of getting this game into a draw, considering that they played all decisive games. But looking at this position, I believe the draw is one of the possible outcomes.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely.
Big danger of the draw.
yeah. But still, lots of play in the position. And, well, if we look at their previous encounters, I think it's certainly possible we're going to see a decisive result in this game as well. And Jiner is thinking how she's going to protect the pawn on f4.
Yeah, meanwhile, let's maybe go and take a look again at the game of Nana Dzagnidze against Nurgyul Salimova. Actually, I just realized that we have a couple of similar games, a couple of similar in English and a couple of similar in like French. But one of them is already an endgame, so it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, you're right, yeah. We have a couple similar openings today. And yeah, Nurgyul, in fact, sort of mirrored white's play with knight c6, but now Nana was the first one sort of to break the symmetry. d4, takes, and e6. One of the huge lines in the English, and here white has many different moves. Nana went for e4. Other moves are, for example, a3, preventing bishop b4, or g3, another possibility, bishop f4, knight b5, many different choices for white here. e4 just aims to gain space in the center, And now queen b6 surprises me a little bit, a move which I have not seen yet. Usually black develops with bishop b4, because now it forces white to take on c6. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult to protect the pawn on e4. And after knight c6, b takes c6, bishop d3 is usually how it goes. And black will play e5, short castle. And then d6, it's a very calm positional game. Definitely something which Nana, I believe, would enjoy playing. But queen b6 is certainly interesting, putting pressure on the knight on d4. And, well, bishop e3 is never really possible. I guess in this case there might even be queen takes b2. Always need to be careful with that, because there are many jumps with knight b5 that could be very, very complicated.
And then there is also some bishop b4, and yeah, there is a fork on c7, so it's crazy variation.
Not sure how that would end, yeah. It's very hard to see. There's, looks like something better for...
Is there knight g4?
Thinking about this, and after queen g4, maybe queen b2 works, but...
Okay, computer says no.
but also very
interesting, yeah.
Very exciting, yeah. Rook c1, knight d4. Yeah. Computer is going down, actually, yeah. So, very interesting variations. She went for knight b5, which is also kind of a typical reaction. Now knight d6 might actually be quite a serious idea, because black doesn't really want to give up that bishop, since then all these dark squares would become weak in the long run. Also bishop e3 might come with tempo pretty soon. So looks like Nana Dzagnidze can be happy with the opening outcome. Looks like she was able to surprise Nurgyul with this line.
Yeah, it looks like this, and yeah, big question right now, how do you stop this knight d6 idea? Do you have to move the knight from c6, or... but okay, if you move, then there's also bishop f4, and the square on c7 is suddenly a problem.
Quite often knight e5 can be an idea, but here, yeah, there are quite a few different things, as you mentioned, bishop f4 or bishop e3. And the queen will probably have to move again.
Is there an idea to play bishop c5 and after knight d6 just to move the king?
Yeah, that's quite a nice idea, which we also see in some different Sicilians, actually, with bishop c5. I am wondering, though, what sometimes is possible is this idea with knight a4. Just not sure if it's possible here, with the point that if bishop takes f2, comes with the check, but after king e2, black actually has no way to defend, to keep defending the bishop on f2. Queen cannot stay on this diagonal, and if move like queen a5, then white simply picks up the piece on f2.
So it doesn't really work out. So here to check, bishop b4 or queen a5 could be tried.
Yeah, I guess in both cases bishop d2 would happen.
And then bishop b4 has to be played.
Yeah, that looks like it. Yeah, still certainly playable for black as well.
And yeah, now for example, knight d6 is not possible. Actually, maybe it is still possible. That's crazy line, right? Knight d6. King moves. Okay, I see that the evaluation bar now doesn't really like it, but...
Yeah, I would probably need to take on c8, and black would actually be quite happy about that, since the bishop on c8 is not really doing that much.
So it's actually not so easy, yeah, for white.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I think queen a5 followed by bishop b4 is the best try. Maybe white should move back with one of the knights. If knight goes here, then a6. Yeah, that's unpleasant. I was hoping for some a3, but the problem is after a b5, then cannot even take on b4, because then the rook on a8 is also going to attack the rook on a1.
Yeah, too many pins. That doesn't really work. Then should white take on b4 and then play knight a to c3 to have knight d6 idea?
Take knight a c3, knight takes e4. There's just knight c7 now. It doesn't seem like it's going to work.
So this is a threat, yeah, knight 7, knight d6.
Knight c7 not the right square.
Ooh.
Well, a3 is maybe quite smart in this position.
Of course.
Because if the queen takes, then white can take on e4. And I'm guessing the best variation is knight takes c3.
Queen d2 here?
Queen d2 also one option. I was also thinking about ab. queen d2.
Or maybe just...
Yeah, now I can maybe move my queen somewhere. and
Crazy
cover.
line.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting too deep probably, but but very interesting variation. But it's what we are now showing is something what also is happening right now in the minds of the players. So I think it's also quite important that the position is very sharp. So knight e6 is a threat. Bishop c5 could come with another threat of taking on f4, but there is taking on f2. But there is also knight a4 idea of this fork. So the position is very rich on many tactical ideas.
And I'm sure that's going to be what Nurgyul is currently thinking about.
I think she's trying to calculate this line. Does it work or does it not work with this knight a4?
It's so difficult though. It's quite a long line.
Yeah, because bishop b4, there is knight d6, right?
Knight d6 again, I would say that after king e7, black would be at least sort of happy. So, well, you could consider a3 or bishop e3 first, but something like a3 is probably quite nice for white. Black had to give up this very important dark squared bishop, and white is just gonna finish development with moves like bishop e2, short castle. And it's also gonna be quite difficult for black to play in the center with d5 since so many white pieces actually cover that square.
And suddenly we have the French bishop on c8, which was not actually the French opening, but the bishop is not so good. Interesting. So many lines now. Maybe while Nurgyul is taking her time, let's move to the game of Lela Javakhishvili playing against current joint leader Anna Muzychuk. And we see
does look pretty symmetrical all of a sudden.
But it started not so symmetrical.
Yeah, we saw this position after knight e7, and Lela actually went for e3 here. Now d5, takes, and d4. And black probably sort of has to take. Maybe c4 could also be considered, but otherwise white is just going to take on c5. So c takes d4, very natural, and e takes d4.
So pretty much the only difference is a knight on e7 versus a knight on f3. Actually, it's not so even clear. I would say that knight on e7 maybe it's a better piece because it opens up the bishop from g7 attacking the pawn on d4.
Yeah, I agree. So here I would have even maybe considered taking with the knight and hoping that black would take back. So then at least I sort of got rid of this knight on f3, which in many cases would, as you mentioned, block the bishop on g2. But yeah, still the position is very symmetrical, so it's hard to imagine any side be worse here. Bishop g4, putting extra pressure on the pawn on d4.
Yeah, and another difference, g5. Right? Another difference of the knight is that bishop g4 is actually a pin, a real pin, and bishop on g5, okay, it's putting pressure, but at some moment something like f6 can be played. Or maybe it would be just too much weakening.
Yeah, f6 is certainly one idea. It does also restrict the bishop on g7. So now if white moves back with the bishop somewhere, then black cannot attack the pawn on d4 as easily anymore.
But maybe h6.
h6, yeah, looks quite reasonable. And if white takes, then, well, black already has the bishop pair at least. Still, white is going to have quite some activity with moves like queen b3, etc.
But queen b3, you have to watch out for any take on f3 and take on d4. But okay, of course, the b7 square is b7 pawn is still hanging.
Yeah, I thought this would probably liquidate quite soon in a variation like this.
Yeah, looks that somehow everything can be naturalized at some moment pretty quickly. We have many pieces on the board, but somehow due to the pawn structure not being, being pretty much balanced, so we don't really see too much of an action in the center, but...
Maybe not the opening outcome which Anna was hoping for, since the position is quite simplified. And she actually should sort of try and play for a win considering the tournament standings. And looking at this position, it's going to be quite difficult to generate winning chances. Lela staying very, very solid with the white pieces.
It's interesting because Anna played a draw in the first round and then she won how many games? Like 4 games in a row. And after that she started to get giving up
draws,
some
yeah.
points.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe also getting tired because it's a long run, long tournament. Of course, all the
Absolutely.
players are very, very strong. Even though, for example, Lela lost some of her games previous round, it doesn't mean that she's not going to play well today. So, definitely super strong player. And as we already mentioned, they already had many matchups against each other, many draws. So. But as you're mentioning, of course, Anna is kind of in a must-win situation because looking at the game of Jiner, I mean, she actually has quite some big chances for at least having a draw in that game. So, and yeah, shared first place is not enough for Anna. It's not enough.
So we'll see how this game is going to unfold. Still some unbalance in the position, though. As we mentioned, knight is on e7, white knight is on f3. So even though these positions look very harmless, still many things can happen in them. And Anna is reaching. Did she go for f6? That would sort of mean that she is really, really trying to play for win. She did go for f6.
Wow. Very, very risky move. So on one hand, of course, it's creating this imbalance. On the other hand, it's basically very, very critical move for black to play. I mean, looking at the valuation bar, of course, we can see now that the valuation went a little bit up, so it means white is now slightly better. But it doesn't mean anything because anytime you can make a mistake, and in this tournament we have seen a lot of inaccuracies, mistakes, and blunders. So.
And it's also not obvious like how to really punish this move. Black is staying very solid still. f6 also covers the e5 square, so this knight can never jump into there anymore. And also after a move like bishop f4, black has always also the idea to play actually on the king side with a move like g5, then maybe even h5, h4 in some cases. So the bishop probably should go back somewhere to e3 perhaps. Hard to imagine where else it could go. I see a drop in evaluation, but somehow it's hard to imagine that the bishop would go back to c1.
Yeah, actually it's possible because you have to defend the pawn on d4 and you don't really want to close the e file and you don't want to allow g5, so bishop c1 actually looks like a best move. And
yeah, incredible.
Computer actually confirms it. So sometimes...
But I wonder where this bishop is going then. Is it just going to stay here or going to go to the queen side, b3, bishop a3?
Yeah, maybe now the point is that there is not so much pressure on the d4 square, so for that reason maybe white could create some pressure on the d5 pawn meanwhile.
Yeah, and just kick out the bishop on the next move with h3.
And play it a moment like something like queen b3 maybe, attacking the pawn on d5, in case bishop would take on f3, but most likely will not happen, because if black is going to eliminate the light squared bishops, the square on e6 is going to be super weak, so suddenly it's not going to look so well. So definitely what Anna Muzychuk is trying is to keep pieces on the board, not to allow the straights. Like we were looking in the other line after h6, bishop could take on e7, now is f6. Yeah, exactly, so after h6, bishop takes e7, then position is somehow simplifying pretty quickly, so this f6 move is, definitely is against it.
Yeah, big statement by Anna Muzychuk saying, today is the day I'm going to fight, I need the win for the tournament standings, and with the move f6, she sort of made that clear.
Looking also at their body language, I feel like Lela Javakhishvili is like, what did you do? What did you play? She's very much surprised. I mean, looking at her, she was not expecting that because before she was fully relaxed and sitting, and now she's suddenly thinking. Meanwhile, we see Anna is also a bit nervous because she understands it's her chance, because today is the round number 8 and tomorrow is the final round. You don't want to leave everything for the final day, so you have to strike with a win today if you want to get that sole first place.
Absolutely. Anna, super focused.
Yeah.
And I also had the impression like Lela was sort of relaxed, sort of anticipating quite a solid game today, but after f6 she's certainly kind of shocked. Anna, what have you done?
Actually, recalling the games of Lela, for example, her opening outcome, if I'm not mistaken, against Kosteniuk, out of the opening it felt like a very pleasant position for Lela, while at some moment then Kosteniuk just took over. So it can be anything, like we also had yesterday's game, Olga Badelka one more time, we can recall that. Great position out of the opening in the middle game, and then suddenly you miss one or two moves, and basically the position is over, and it was crazy game, of course, yesterday. So absolutely anything can happen. Yeah,
couldn't agree more. So while Lela is contemplating where she's going to put her bishop, should we go back to Vaishali against Zhongyi?
Absolutely. Let's see what happened there. We had some Rui Lopez. Oh, and c5 is on the board.
What a change in structure.
Look at the pawn on e3 and g3. Oh, we missed a lot, actually. We missed so much.
Yeah, 2 doubled pawns for white. Very interesting and unusual structure here. Seems like it is in white's favor, though. Let's see how we got there. This is the position which we saw last. Knight a5 was played by Zhongyi. Very typical idea, trying to get the bishop pair by taking on b3, and after bishop c2, g5. And later on, the idea is to also gain space with c5, which she did not do right away, but later on. Knight h5. Also funny that she put both of the knights to the h and a file, on the a5 and h5.
I think we also had one of the games, a moment, I believe on the h6 and a6 there were knights in one of the games, I remember.
Yeah, was it Alexandra Kosteniuk's game in round number 1?
Yeah, I believe against
Olga Badelka,
So sometimes knights on the board is the good thing.
So queen f6 was played, knight e3, and here we see this sort of mass exchanges, and now c5. Yeah, strategically this is quite nice for black because white's pawns are kind of immobile, but white has the advantage of having, first of all, the open f file as well as the open h file as well. And the question is, how is white going to be able to use that?
Can we go a couple of moves before? I'm just wondering, why did white go for this knight e3, allowing this? I mean, because of course we see also computer evaluation, and it says it's better for white after these exchanges, but it looks like straightforward with knight e3, giving this chance of taking on e3 and doubling and making the pawn structure bad, also opening the h file as you were mentioning. So why actually knight e3 had to be played?
Yeah, good question.
Maybe stopping knight bishop g4, I don't know.
I guess that was sort of the plan of knight f1 after all, just to try and get to e3, and it's kind of forcing black to take, otherwise knight d5 would be sort of an issue. Maybe black could stop that with something like bishop e6, but it does look quite natural for black to take here, and maybe it was just an invitation by Vashali.
What about, I'm just thinking, what about something like queen d2, preparing knight coming to e3, or... Oh, suddenly it's very bad. Maybe bishop g4.
Bishop g4 does look like an option now. Yeah, bishop g4 does look fine. I'm not sure what's better here. There might be one funny trick. I don't know if this works, but I mean, there are ideas like this.
Oh, wow. Looks very nice, yeah. So.
Yeah, still not the best, but at least some extra points for creativity.
Just want to, yeah, exactly. Just want to try to understand what was the threat for black that this knight e3 had to be played.
Yeah, hard to say. Maybe knight f4.
Knight f4 and g4 is g2 is hanging.
Yeah, and it's actually quite difficult to protect. And if after knight e3 then knight f4 would come, then I could maybe take on f4 and then jump with the knight to d5. But I think it's just supreme understanding by Vashali to sort of offer these exchanges on e3 and g3, which is an extremely difficult decision to make over the board because you're ruining your pawn structure. But she correctly understood that she does actually have enough play on the h and f file, and maybe even in the center with d4 in some cases.
Yeah, it looks really nice decision. And now suddenly, even though c5 is played, still d4 can happen at some moment because you have this extra e3 pawn, which is supporting your d4 break.
Yeah, d4 certainly is an idea. Always have to be careful. Then the pawn on e4 can become a little bit weak. So d4 always needs to be very seriously.
Also knight c4, yeah.
Thought about also knight c4 now opens up for black.
Yeah, so it looks like for now pawn structure in the center is good for white, but meanwhile maybe bringing the queen somewhere to e2 or in order to long castle and bring the other rook on the h file.
That's actually a good question. Yeah, are you gonna, like, where are you gonna castle to? Yeah, both options are possible. Many different opportunities for white. Also playing with a4 might be one option because black is still a little bit underdeveloped here, and if the a file opens up, it could be problematic for black.
Actually, what will happen if white is going to... Okay, we can try first this a4 move.
I thought b4 is probably the...
critical, yeah?
Yeah, otherwise I don't really see what black can do about the file opening up. Like, let's just put it on the board. If black, for example, castles, then there is always this idea with b4 and white is going to win the piece on the a file.
Game over.
I thought b4, now maybe it's possible to put pressure on this pawn on b4 somehow, like queen d2, but also bishop b3 might be one possibility, trying to get the bishop to d5. Maybe going after the pawn on b4 makes the most sense.
Yeah, and after rook b8. Okay, basically there is no threat because b3, if b3 happens, the knight on a5 is hanging, so it's not a problem.
And now maybe white would go for something like short castle.
Yeah, actually now short castle is indeed possible. I know there are threats, some knight d4, some knight jumps, knight d4, knight f5, or...
Yeah, actually that's a very nice point you just made. That knight d4 followed by knight f5 would be quite a nice idea. Trying to get the knight to the attractive f5 square. But you wanted to mention another idea earlier?
Yeah, I just was thinking about the king of white, and I was thinking maybe we just play queen e2 and then king d2, and then just keep the king in the center, because I don't know, like, it feels like that black cannot really break through in the center, and it feels like center is so good for white that king on d2 might be even safer than on the queen side after long castle. Yeah,
after long castle, black might be able to sort of open up the queen side with b4. This is a very creative idea, just putting the king to d2, yeah? And then preparing rook a to f1.
Yeah,
does look very interesting.
Just bring in the rooks to the king side, and then you can see, you can always also move the king to the queen side or king side, so it's pretty flexible. Yeah. Because also black has to decide what does black want to do with the king. If king is going to remain in the center, then definitely black is not going to open up the center, and if king will go anytime to the king side or queen side, then we can start creating some attack on the h file or a file. So
yeah, very flexible move, queen e2. Also interesting option for white. Still, Vaishali is thinking.
So yeah, queen e2 is not the best because we can see that the evaluation bar shifted a bit. So it means there is something stronger here. Maybe we could try find another idea. So we were discussing. Did we discuss about this a4 option? Yeah, was it?
Yeah, I think this was probably the
strongest.
The strongest. Just using the fact that black is not fully developed yet. And it is actually forcing b4. I don't see any other options for black. Yeah, still not so easy to evaluate this type of structure, because also the pawn on a4 can be weak sometimes. Black sometimes has the option to play b3 as well. Because not an easy call.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, we can go one more time this line. So let's say queen d2, rook b8, along a short castle. And here, if queen goes back to d8, defending the knight and introducing the b3 threat.
Yeah.
So now there is no knight d4 jump like we had before. So question now for white, because b3 now. I mean, I'm not sure if it's a threat because it might be also weak on weak pawn on b3 with rook a3 and queen c3 attacking it, but definitely something to consider.
Yeah, and it's not so easy for white what to play now. I would consider d4.
Yeah, looks very logical.
Because, well, the bishop on c2 is not really doing much now. I would really like to go to this long diagonal, but it's just not possible at the moment. So I just want to have this square on d3, that whenever you play b3, the bishop can go there.
Yeah, and suddenly also king of black is in the center, so black has also to take care of that one, because, yeah, again, castling short side is very opened up for black, and other than that, remaining in the center, at some moment opening up the d file, and also f file is semi-opened, so it's pretty tough, I would say, for black to find a plan and the way. So maybe actually indeed this idea of taking on a3 and taking then on g3 of Tanjani was a little bit too fast executed, because we see that she didn't spend so much time on that actually.
Yeah, I'm curious if there were in fact some other options here.
Definitely this bishop e3, knight g3 is straightforward, but...
Well, I'm assuming that knight d5 has to be avoided, so...
c6?
c6 would be one option, but then the knight would only have the b7 square left.
So bishop e6?
Yeah, bishop e6 is an option, just avoiding knight d5.
It's flexible, yeah. For now, not really saying anything in the position, just developing the bishop.
Yeah, and still knight f4 could be an option then, not taking on g3.
And actually knight f4 with a threat of taking on e3 and taking on g2 could be an idea.
Yeah.
So this is, this looks interesting. Yeah, keeping pressure, and I believe also yesterday we were also discussing it quite a few times. So I believe also maybe you discussed it with Vishy, I don't remember, or with me, because also, of course, listening to your commentary that sometimes, keeping this pressure in the position, not yet taking, is the best choice to go for, because normally first one who releases this pressure is the one who is then actually getting some slight disadvantage.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's often the case. And after a move like bishop e6 here, well, white sort of has to make the call how to develop now. So that might have been an interesting alternative. However, that's the current position after c5. Vashali is still thinking now is definitely a critical moment because, well, you do have this option with a4, and you could also play a flexible move like queen e2, short castle ready, so many different options for white that would all lead to sort of different type of positions.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, there are many, many different ideas to consider. So while Vaishali is taking her time, let's move on to the game of Mariya Muzychuk against Alexandra Kosteniuk, one of the French defense game we already had, with some pretty good outcome for black. Also looking at this position, bishop is already on e8 there, actually very interesting. Okay, let's start from the beginning.
Let's see how that happens. So we were a bit surprised here in the French advance after bishop d7 to see d takes c5 being played by Mariya Muzychuk, since it does sort of weaken the pawn on e5. It's not really one of the main lines here. However, the position is still quite playable because white still sort of has enough pieces to protect the pawn on e5, and white still has a space advantage. And here Mariya went for the bishop trade. I quite like that, bishop e3, because the bishop on c5 is often quite a dangerous piece, hitting this soft spot on f2. So she wanted to exchange this bishop, and now bishop e8, actually a very, very nice move, which I like a lot, because, well, Alexandra sort of makes her plans clear that she wants to play with f6 next, and with bishop e8, well, she can in many cases recapture on g6 with the bishop. Also the bishop might as well later on go to h5. So very nice idea overall, bishop e8.
Yeah, this is one of the ways how actually at some moment French defense players are activating this bishop, where this very interesting maneuver in many different variations. Yeah, sometimes f6 can happen earlier, sometimes later, and some moment actually trading this bishop on g6 could be an idea for the bishop on d3.
Yeah, and what's also interesting to discuss here, like if white would take here on g6, actually quite often black wants to take with the f-pawn, in fact, because it does open up the f-file for the rook. And also now black will be able to sort of protect this g5 square, because often what's the issue is after hg, this white knight can often jump to g5. It's going to be very difficult now to get an f6. And well, if we imagine a knight on g5 and this queen coming to h4, then it's going to be pretty bad news for black. Of course, not so easy to make that a reality, but still, fg6 would be sort of a very important idea here for black. But knight a3 was on the board. f6 being played by Alexandra Kosteniuk. Took on f6 and queen takes f6, the current position. Does look like black has the initiative, right?
Yes, a French player, I might say that I was told by my coach from Ukraine that, okay, if f6 is being played and white has to take on f6, it was a good f6. So usually if white is forced to do it, then black doesn't really have many issues. And again, okay, e6 looks like a weakness, but for now there is not much pressure on it, and it's not so easy to find a way how to actually attack it. Meanwhile, as you were mentioning, f-file is semi-open, so there is a pressure on f2 pawn. It means knight is pinned. Knight cannot move from f3. Meanwhile, we have this bishop from e8. At some moment, it can go to the g6 square to be traded for the bishop on d3, and then it's going to be a question actually which bishop is better, and the bishop h5 is you're mentioning such a beautiful move. I haven't seen actually before, but yeah, putting more pressure.
Pinning this knight and the queen would also be one idea. As you mentioned, the pawn on e6 does look a little bit weak, but at the same time it can also be quite a big strength if those two central pawns start moving, e5 and e4. It can go terribly wrong for white very, very soon. And also I would like to mention this knight that could actually jump into f4 pretty soon, putting a lot of pressure on the g2 point as well.
Actually, a big question there. Is there already some kind of threat of knight g to e5? Because you cannot really take, because f2 is hanging.
Yeah.
And then bishop h5.
Yeah, it does look very dangerous. It's already quite a difficult position for Mariya Muzychuk.
It's now her turn, right? She has all the stress to take care of. Maybe, but queen e2, there is knight f4. I mean,
yeah, that's the problem.
You cannot do so many things. I'm just trying to find a way.
So the knight on a3 is not really in the game that much.
Maybe queen c2. My idea is to put pressure on the h7. Oh.
Yeah, here maybe e5
just
is coming.
Yeah. Just e5, e4. So you have to stop this e5 coming. Okay, basically then the only way to stop is playing... Actually, well, you cannot really... you can stop. You can move the bishop from d3, yeah?
Yeah, at the moment it's probably not really a big threat yet because you can still take and then take on d5. But yeah, the queen would need to stay on the d file for that.
Maybe queen d2 with the idea of bringing the other rook to e1. Still doesn't like.
I mean, now after e5, white can take here. It's funny that black is still better in a position like this, even after giving the pawn, but yeah, something like king h8 perhaps. Black is just so active, rook d8 is even coming.
e4 also.
e4 also, yeah, e4 already a huge threat, so difficult, but yeah, black seems to have even something better here. Something like knight f4, just such a simple move like that does also look very powerful.
So it does mean that current position is very critical for white to find basically the move to hold it all together, but it's so tough.
I would like to make a move like g3 just to avoid knight f4, but then knight g5, as you mentioned earlier, is going to come.
Oh, yeah.
And now f3 is going to be even weaker. Very difficult situation for Mariya Muzychuk. How do you stop all of black's threats?
I'm not even sure, because we were considering queen e4, queen e1. Moving the queen again, it would allow any this e5 move. So
after queen e1, e5, she did go for something. I think knight b5. I just wanted to mention after queen e1 might be one idea, because e5 now you might be able to take on e5, unless I'm missing something. Maybe in the end there's bishop e4. That it?
Oh, bishop e4 and
rook
then knight
trapped.
Suddenly, oh my god, in the center of the board.
Yeah, she did go for knight b5, which is the best defense. I'm assuming she wants to trade as many pieces as possible, especially this bishop, which is quite ironic because usually the light squared bishop is the last piece which you want to trade in the French, but here it's actually sort of might get very, very active soon.
Yeah, also another move from the knight is definitely going to the d4. Let's say if black is stopping knight c7, then knight d4 can happen, and after trade you may take with the pawn, holding up that weakness on e6. So, and also finally you bring that knight from a3 to the normal square to the d4, trying to defend on the king side. Yep. Also, I recalling knight a3, was it knight on a3 in one of the games also of Mariya, I believe, or there was, I don't exactly remember,
not sure which one.
Yeah, but somehow the piece was too far away and then managed to bring it back, or maybe it was Zhongyi actually, maybe it was completely wrong.
It was in the Italian game.
Yes, it
was
that
one.
Zhongyi.
Yeah, with the knight on a3. Okay, so maybe before we head into our first break, we can have another look at Jiner against Olga Badelka.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what has changed, because we left it in the endgame, and we see that Jiner managed to stop the e5 move, but meanwhile Olga managed to activate the bishop to b7. So let's see what exactly happened after the trade of the queens and rook f7 taking the knight.
So rook h f1 was played, probably the best way to defend the pawn on f4, since now e5 just doesn't work since the f2 square is covered. b5 was played. I guess you can also make an argument for not putting the pawn there, but overall it looks quite natural because it does also cover the c4 pawn. g3, bishop b7 on the board. Rook e1, rook d8, king c1. It does look like white has some pressure here, but still black is very solid, of course. But you might need to worry about a4 at some point as well. That's why I was thinking if b5 was in fact necessary, I was thinking maybe that I could play bishop d7 instead.
Mm-hmm. But I believe here the problem might be that comparison to that position, there is no more this rook d8 check and bringing the rook to d6 with the tempo, because right now rook 8 coming to e1 and taking the pawn on e6. So how do you want to defend it?
Like
You don't want because g2 is hanging.
I thought that was my idea, that I can take on g2 now.
So basically g3 has to play, and then we have similar position. Like if
Yeah.
g3, then rook d8, rook d6.
But yeah, it does look very natural just to put the bishop on b7, I would say. So
Yeah,
I was just thinking that if you don't have that pawn here, maybe it can have some advantages, not to get like attacked with a4. But I think that b5 is very natural.
I'm just wondering if any time a4 would come. Yeah, also to highlight this rook d8, rook d6, very nice maneuver, because if you defend the pawn from behind, it would be a very big weakness, but rook is coming from the side, also occupying the d file, which is of course super important for the endgame to have active rooks on the open files. And if any time a4 happens, maybe there could be a b4 push. What do you think?
Absolutely. It would need to be prepared quite well by white, because, well, otherwise a4, b4, black could actually very well take over as well. It's not so clear actually what is black in fact doing here.
Maybe at some moment bringing even the bishop to d5 in case the protection on e6 needed too much, because then you can trade the knight for the bishop, and then the d pawn actually could be a potential passer. Then we would have majorities on king side and queen side.
Yeah, that would be one option as well. She did go for rook fd7, trying to cover the pawn on e6 with king f7 on the next move, which I also quite like, just putting the rooks on the d file as well. At some point also white might need to watch out for rook d2, getting some active counterplay.
And in case white would stop it with some rook f2, then knight is forever pinned on c3.
Yeah.
Because there is going to be checkmate on d1, so you don't really want to miss that. So I feel like that Olga is getting this activity in the endgame, so to say, as the compensation for the weak pawn structure. And I'm not sure that... and also the bishop looks much better piece than the knight. Okay, it doesn't have so many targets, but at least it restricts knight pretty nicely.
Yeah, the bishop is very strong. I would say that probably black's biggest problem is just the pawn on e6. If that were not the case, then black might just even be better. But with the pawn on e6, still white has some play against that. But yeah, it's also quite easy to defend that pawn for black with king f7 on the next move. So I don't think that Olga Badelka is under so much pressure here. Did a move happen? No, it's just that Jiner is not on the board now.
Yeah, and also we can see that both players have a lot of time on the clock, and yeah, again, if there was like some time pressure, we might say that there could be some mistakes from the players, but for now, it looks like both of the players are playing very nice chess in this endgame, and
absolutely.
Maybe it's actually a good point for us to head out on our first break and let the players take some time to think on the board, and we will be right back in around 5 to 10 minutes to continue follow the action, because it's going to be heating up. Be right back.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game's afoot. Think you have what it takes? Assemble your team and register now to be part of this chess story that will become chess history.
And welcome back, dear viewers. We are in Austria, where the final stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix is taking place, and it's round number 8. And we have a special guest here in the studio with me, is Grandmaster, CEO of FIDE, Emil Svetowski. Emil, it's nice to have you here.
Thank you. Nice being here. An exceptional event once again. I'm really happy the way it goes, and also the chess part, sportive part of it is very exciting.
What is your so far highlight of this event? Maybe one of the games, or so far how one of the players is participating, because we have Jiner who lost first 2 games and then she's not stopping to beat everyone.
Yeah, obviously the 5 games in a row from Jiner is something I can't really remember. I mean, probably something like that was in past happening, but not very often, let's put it this way. And she almost secured by now her qualification to candidates. Basically, all she needs is to score like half a point out of 2 remaining games to secure it. So she exhibits absolutely, the fighting spirit, also the strong will, because after you lose first 2 games, you must feel bad, and you know that you need them to score +4 probably to remain in contention, and she manages to. And but it's not only about her, the whole tournament. Anna Muzychuk playing a great tournament, having +3, but now she is in a difficult situation because she must take risks, and in order to try and win this tournament outright, because only outright win now is sufficient for her. And all other, I think there's so many heroes in this event, and all of them had at least one exceptional game and a lot of fighting chess.
Yeah, it's definitely an amazing final 2 days of the Grand Prix, one of the stages, because still nothing is clear who is going to qualify. Will it be Goryachkina, who is right now actually leading the Grand Prix points, or will 2 or 1 player surpass Hampi, or both of them actually going to be surprised? So what do you think about actually the system? Because right now we have 6 legs per 9 rounds, and earlier it was 4 legs with 11 rounds. So do you think this system works, or something might change for the future?
No, I think this system works. We had a dilemma actually when we embarked on 6 legs. Of course, 6 tournaments is better than 4, right? Like in Orwell's, 4 legs are better than 2, so 6 legs are better than 4. The question was whether we want every participant to play 4 legs or 3. And there is a dilemma, because if you have 3, then you simply have more participants, and we have so many players, emerging players, young players who wouldn't qualify if we would embark for 4 stages for each. For example, Jiner wouldn't qualify. Yeah. Actually, she didn't qualify even here, and she was just a replacement due to her high rating, and managed to get in. But otherwise, she wouldn't have a seat. Or somebody like Stavroula Tsoulokido, Greek star who performed very, very decently in this series, and so on. So I believe the system is nice. Yes, there is slight, let's say, disadvantage to a player who doesn't participate in the last leg. But then again, if you play good enough, you typically are supposed to be in contention. And I think Goryachkina at the moment is a favorite to qualify.
Yeah, definitely a very nice system with inclusion of so many players. And talking about the other big tournaments which are coming up, like World Cup, this year they're taking place separately, women and male. So open section is definitely for qualification is eligible the current women's world champion. And what was the reasons like to split up the World Cups this year?
Well, it's not like it always was together. It's actually typically was separated. In 2022, we decided that Baku that we're willing to host both. We can provide this opportunity to Azerbaijan, and by that time we had a meeting with the president of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev, and he supported the idea. And because they had both top men and female players, so they wanted to host it, and it seemed logical. And actually, that was one of the best events we had. But when we started to discuss what are the plans for this year, for 2025, so already in 2023 we discussed it with Georgia, and Georgia wanted to host it, but they were mainly interested in women's event because they have top women players, and they have such history of women's players. So they submit a bid a year and a half before the start of the event that they want to go. They badly want this women's come, and we decided that we can go with that because we do not expect that there will be a problem to find the organizer for Open Cup.
Of course, obviously.
So I think it's possible. Both ways are possible. The same like with candidates. With candidates we have done I think a nice event in Toronto, and but it doesn't mean that it always has to stay like this format or that format. I think that's pretty much a point for debate in various spheres. Either you decide, embark on some path and just go, and you know that you don't change anything, there is a way, or you try to adjust and to modify depending on the various factors. It could be socioeconomic situation, it could
Absolutely.
be some partner who is willing to do something big. So I do think we have to be flexible, because there are so many variables to take into account when you pull this event. And it is about countries, it's about time controls, it's about everything. The simplest for FIDE would be to decide, okay, we don't change anything and we go with it. But then we wouldn't have also a lot of nice new organizers, new events, new sponsors, new partners, new casters. So I think our strength actually is in our agility, and we're able to come up with new ideas, new formats, and new partnerships.
Yeah, and you shortly touched the topic actually of the candidates, which was quite a success last year in Toronto. It was amazing to also spectate both male open section and also female section. Is it also planned for the future? You already mentioned that it's not necessarily 100% that all events have to take place separately or all events have to take place together, but is there any plans already for the candidates taking place together or separately?
There is a tentative discussion already going on, but for that matter, we will need to open a bidding procedure. We will do so in June, and then we shall see, depending on the interest from the organizer. I just can tell that, again, we're going to increase the prize fund. You know that
Amazing.
the Grand Swiss, which will be this year in Uzbekistan in September, Women Grand Swiss as well as Open Grand Swiss. So a huge prize boost. And So now we expect also to have a prize boost for candidates, because it's such an outstanding event, and we believe that we can raise higher prize fund, and we can raise funds towards make it an exceptional, not only in terms of the status of the event, but also the way players are rewarded for their efforts, because it's a competition which requires a few good months of preparation.
And also talking about the highlight of each 2 years, definitely a World Championship match in the open and also female sections. Is it also an idea to have both World Championships at the same place at the same time to boost maybe interest to the women's event?
Yes, we consider it as well. Once again, we try several approaches. It also largely depends, and we have to be honest and not to be extremely, let's say, politically correct in this sense. Because if you have two Chinese players, it's very difficult to sell it outside China. And if you have a Chinese player versus Indian, is a different story. Chinese versus Russian is a third story. Chinese versus Ukrainian. So it largely depends also who players are, and we don't exclude this possibility as well, of course.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was very insightful, all this information. Maybe now we dive into the round. Maybe one of the games which caught your interest, we could dive immediately there and take a look.
Actually, all of them. It looks. Let's start with the leader, right? So there are two leaders. So we go for Jiner against Olga Badelka. There is an ending which is clearly better for white, but only slightly. I mean, it's clearly better, but it's slightly better. So last move was Bishop G4. Let's move. So when rook e3, bishop g4, and white went rook e1. So she prepares the knight going to e4. Let's say objectively black should be holding without much of a difficulty, but it is a bit annoying. You have to find all the time defensive moves, like knight is jumping, like knight e4 in many lines. If black manages to trade the rooks, then it would be fine for her. Let's say if she plays now bishop f5, protecting, or maybe bishop e3. So it would be...
Actually a question, yeah, bishop f3, because rook d3, then it would be a repetition. So.
And, but I think the rook came from e5 here. So she kicked the bishop and now went. So probably if bishop f3 here, she has something in mind. At least must be something, because rook on e5, it looked beautiful, but probably all the idea was to cover the first rank to release a knight, and now she can play something with a knight. But I'm not sure what, because maybe knight e4. I expect this endgame to be, yeah, probably computer doesn't like this move, so this endgame should not be any problem for black.
Yeah, maybe
to hold.
king f7, just defending a pawn, and rook is free to go.
So all in all, black defensive resources are quite massive, but still some problems there are. Let's say I would not. Jiner won in this tournament positions much less promising than this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, actually, Jiner went for this line. Like, she was playing, you blitzed out all her moves. So basically, she went for this endgame. She was getting ready for it to try and squeeze some wins. And as you were mentioning earlier, only half a point is enough for her to almost guarantee the third place with which you would have a spot in the candidates.
I think not almost. I think a half point would already guarantee, because she needs to tie for third place.
Tie for third, yeah.
And now, because Vaishali plays with Tan, so whoever wins, the second player drops. So, so it brought guarantees. And Jiner, tomorrow she plays black versus Alexandra Kosteniuk, and it's always challenging to play black versus Alexandra. So maybe she decided, okay, I'll go for something, not for a draw, but for some line which I'll feel safe, but also I'll have my chances.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Maybe now it's time to move to the other leader, Muzychuk, who is facing Lela Javakhishvili with the black pieces.
Yes, and here we are. Very complex position. Anna plays, obviously Anna needs to try and play for a win. But Lela is a very strong player, and B is a solid player, so it's very difficult to beat her. So let's see what were the moves. So last time I saw this position was bishop g5. And I think I even played something, even this one or a very similar one in the past with black. And after h6, probably it would be just a quick draw, like h6, bishop e7, knight e7, queen b3.
Yeah, and if take
and then I have to take on f3 because otherwise knight e5 is coming. So take on f3, take on d4, take on d5, and a draw. So probably Anna decided to play more complex position, even if slightly worse. But very complex one here.
We were amazed by this f6 idea decision. Yeah, basically keeping the pieces on the board and making it still complex, because she's in a must-win situation.
Sort of, not necessarily must-win, but she should try to win at least. And he has a games move b6, which I didn't like. I think maybe she could have tried g5 or king h8 and knight f5, because b7 is firmly protected and a5 was not a real threat. Because after b6, queen came to b5 and indeed created some pressure. g5, rook c1 followed, all correct, bishop e6, rather logical. Knight d2, also logical. h6, yeah, preparing f5 in some lines. Knight b3, bishop f7, a bit too cautious to my taste, but logical again. She removes all the potential tactical motives with rook taking on a6. a5, rook b8. Rook b8 is slightly passive, but it uses the fact that queen might be exposed.
Yeah, and also knight on b3 at some moment.
So I would say, if you are trying to play for a win with black, you manage to get a decent position to do so, because even if it is very slight advantage for white, it's still very complex. All pieces are on board and a lot of things going on.
Yeah, also at some moment maybe h5, h4 could be an idea.
No, h5, h4 would be in this position would not lead anywhere, because how you continue them. So you should play h6 in order to play f5. f5 would revive your bishop on g7 and also threaten f4. I think that's the main idea for black here. That's why the pawn has to be protected. Very interesting concept from Anna. Once again, she bravely plays, maybe even, let's say it was conscious decision to get worse position, but at least very complex one.
Yeah, definitely, and she succeeded to do so. So let's check maybe Zhongyi, because she's right behind the leaders currently.
And she is also former world champion,
yeah,
let's not forget. So Tan had a difficult position out of the opening. Last time I saw it, I felt that Vashali had a big advantage around here. Yeah, it looked like black has a lot of weaknesses in her position. But maybe somewhere here, okay, rook c1 is a logical move, but computer doesn't like it. Maybe a4 was an option, I didn't know. Rook c1, rook c8, and here bishop e6 went to some sort of a very interesting tactical continuation. Queen took, allowing for knight g5, and then queen g6.
Yeah, now g3 is a question.
Yeah, queen g4 would be an interesting option, but it wouldn't work probably because of short castles, or maybe king e7. Because after castles, rook h5, maybe king e7 connecting.
Yeah, more precise.
Yeah, I think not only more precise, it's probably the way to go. Yeah, the only, because yeah, castles. I can put rook h5, and it's unclear how. Or maybe even rook takes h6 would be an option.
Yeah, rook takes h6 with some knight jump.
Let's see if it works. No, it doesn't. Maybe queen d7 I can also go. Anyways, the game proceeded knight f3. White loses right of castle, but it doesn't matter. The rook on h1 is already positioned well enough. Queen g4, queen d2. Computer doesn't quite like this move. Maybe it's a bit too slow. You know, that's one of the mistakes that happen to you in good position. Sometimes you are not looking for the best move. You just make a natural move, but then a part of an advantage or its entirety gone. And here also queen d2, because she doesn't need to protect this b4 pawn. She probably can do a lot of things with her queen. Queen d2 is a bit putting queen in a passive position. Knight e7 immediately fighting for a open file.
But maybe the clock situation also dictating some of the moves of Vaishali, because maybe she had to play some faster moves, currently on 23 minutes, versus Tanjani's over 1 hour. So
Tan always plays very fast. That's her strategy in general. Sometimes it backfires, and as it should, because if one could play both fast and good, that would be too painful for her opponents.
Yes.
So she always plays fast, not always playing the best moves, but she applies a lot of pressure on opponents. And that brought her a lot of wins in let's say, very complex games, and maybe even with mutual mistakes, but she has very good nerve, and she does it.
also she won the Blitz, the casual Blitz tournament, which was taking place on the rest day with 8.5 out of 9. She had only one draw against Mariya Muzychuk, and she beat Kosteniuk as well as Olga Badelka, so she played amazing the Blitz.
So, and there are 2 more games we haven't looked at yet.
Yeah, actually,
One is Kosteniuk, you mentioned, against Mariya Muzychuk. For both of them, this tournament is not going exceptionally well, but to remind you, Alexandra Kosteniuk won her 2 last games, and now she's better, at least that's what computer suggests. Just to tell the spectators, we do not see the moves, we just only see the evaluation bar. So it looks like Black is absolutely fine, but I'm a bit surprised that the evaluation is such a significant advantage for Kosteniuk. Probably takes on d3 and e5. That's the idea.
I also have a question to you from this game. Have you also checked the opening, because it was French, and at some moment White took on, like voluntarily took on c5, because we were a bit surprised that this actually happened. Usually you don't really take voluntarily on c5.
It's a bit surprising. I'm quite sure what was the idea, and I wonder. No, it was not a preparation. She spent a lot of time here.
Maybe she wanted to avoid some kind of preparation, so she went for this line. But
I would think differently. I would think that Mariya rarely plays move e5, and probably she prepared something against the main line, which starts with queen b6. Queen b6 is the main line, and here White's main attempt is to sacrifice this pawn. Bishop d3, and so
Bishop d7.
Yeah. So maybe she didn't know the move bishop d7, or didn't prepare it, and thought, okay, if I go bishop d3 now, cd, knight b4, which is the main line, in fact. If I go and bishop e2 is another main line, but maybe she thought, okay, I'll just take away my opponent from her prep. Bishop on d7 doesn't do much in the structure, so I will just develop nicely. But now Black's play is quite simple. Bishop e8, remarkable move, and maybe not the strong, but one of the good moves, and also, let's say, a move you like to play, because it sort of shows your class, you know, even if it's not the strongest in the position. And Alexandra surely has her chess education on a very prominent. Yeah. So knight a3, f6. So bishop is well placed to protect it all. Still, the position was okay for white, but I think this whole knight journey. I mean, bishop is a more valuable piece than a knight typically. But to make knight a3, knight b5, knight c7, knight takes e8, also to help me to put the rook on e8. Spending 4 tempi on that.
And also taking the French bishop, which is usually bad, but okay, in this position it already managed to get out. So,
anyways, current position is quite fine for Kosteniuk, and I would say that she is better. And the last.
Yeah, so this is a current position. So e5 or what
happened?
happened?
Probably some moves were missed in the broadcast. So after g3, she probably took. She wouldn't play e5.
Yes, she probably.
Oh, who knows? Let's see. Maybe the idea was f e4. Maybe that was the point, but it doesn't work.
But it doesn't look like you would like to give up the central pawns for.
Yeah, why doesn't it work at all? I just move my bishop probably, and then I take on d5 is check. Something like that. He takes f3, and then I take on e8 and take on d5. And you got no attack or nothing. Let's zoom in on this game and see if it's indeed the move which was played by Alexandra.
It looks like knight is standing on f4.
Yeah, then it might be a serious blunder by her.
Wow.
Like a major blunder, because in a position which is so comfortable where she could just take on d3, and if queen takes d3 then e5 is just very painful, so probably rook d3, and white is worse, but should be holding. A bit reminding of the game Jiner versus Mariya, actually the structure.
Yes.
Anyways, yeah, I feel it was a blunder by Alexandra Kosteniuk, maybe too ambitious. I mean, she felt that the position is so good already, but it was, probably just a blunder. We'll get later to that game. Yeah, that's what happens. GF, Mariya immediately spotted it.
Yeah, incredible. Also reminding yesterday's game of Mariya, she got such a bad position out of the opening after the very complex pawn sacrifice from Olga Badelka, and then in complex position, Olga blundered. Right.
So let's get back to our two main games. Once again, it will determine not only the winner of the tournament, but it will determine two candidates. And while Jiner is almost there, with Anna it would be not. So bishop f5 was played by Badelka, not bishop f3, but bishop f5. I didn't know what would be the better move, but maybe bishop f3 was better, controlling d1 square, because now a part of other slow moves, maybe rook d1 would be unpleasant. If I'm in time to play e5, okay, I probably in time to play king f7, f6, and e5.
King is too close.
Yeah, because typically what I wanted to get is something like that here. And imagine if you play something not very fast. Yeah, let's say you play, I don't know, h5 or something. Then I come with a king. And you will not be in time to protect everything. My king is marching on the queen side and so on. But probably black is in time move by move here, like here, and then e5, and it will be some sort of a draw in the program game. Let's see if rook d1 is played. If not rook d1, what else? a4. a4 could be a move. a4, b4, and then moving the knight to d1 and e3. Maybe that could be
actually a good point, yeah, because now b5 is a question, and if b4 is played, knight can already move. There is no issue on d1, as bishop is not located on g4 or f3.
Yes, but for some reason computer doesn't like this knight d1. Yeah.
Maybe knight e4, but then you're going into the rook endgame, but you're also keeping pressure on the c4 pawn.
It wants me maybe to play knight a2. It's strange, but knight b1 to d2, very complex choice, because here I don't like this move at all. Yeah. And here,
probably it's knight e4.
So just probably believes that the rook endgame now is much better. Yeah.
Oh no.
Then maybe
suddenly no.
Well,
we did almost all knight moves.
There are no other knight moves, so we'll.
I believe e4 is the only, e2 sorry, is the only move we didn't try, but it didn't.
Yeah. No. So there were some glitches with this computer evaluation. So I wouldn't actually over trust the depth 20 evaluation. I mean, typically In a very complex position, it would tell you correct things, but in simple positions like that, maybe we over-rely on it. So, anyways, that's an important juncture here, because if a4 is not played, I think black is doing fine, absolutely. But let's see what Jiner would come up with.
But also it feels like the Jiner is a little bit pinned, because once she plays something like rook e5, bishop will go back to g4, so there is always this issue on d1 square. It's not so clear to continue.
But rook d1 is the most logical move, not a4. And a4, b4, and then it's not clear even what.
So probably she has to go for this endgame, knight against bishop.
I mean, either of them would be playable, because there are no other moves.
So let's maybe check the game of the other leader, Muzychuk and Lela Javakhishvili. What has changed so far?
A lot has changed, and it increased an advantage of Lela, but the position still remains very, very complex one. So let's get back and see. So rook b8, we left this position at rook b8, saying that white is better, but black got a very decent, sharp, complex. It's not sharp, but it's very complex game. A took b, rook b6. So computer would have preferred actually ab, just to protect all the squares around, and disallowing this knight from b3 to join it. But Anna took with the rook, which is, very human move, but not necessarily good one. Queen came to a4, rook b8 is the best or only move.
Suddenly knight coming to c5.
Knight comes to c5, queen d6, and now white has to protect this pawn by probably playing b3.
That looks very logical. b3.
What about times? Okay, times are still not too bad for both of them. So she's not playing b3, she plays knight a6.
a6.
She wants to actually to repeat the moves, actually, it looks like. And I won't exclude this happening, because black has to go rook b7, because if she goes with rook elsewhere, then knight d5 would be very unpleasant. Let's say rook c8, something like that, b5.
Oh, the knight suddenly dominating all the queen side.
Yeah, so I think Anna for sure would play knight b7 at least once.
Yeah, for sure repeat, because coming closer, time control is always good.
And here she will probably consider whether she can play rook b4, installing, probably no, knight takes b7, d6, sorry, my bad. So she has to go, she has no option basically. She has to go back. And if Lela wants, and probably she wants, because otherwise she looks like a bit relaxed now, leaving her chair and living, because two last games Lela has lost actually, and for her is also the situation is not very pleasant. When you lose 2 games in a row, unless you are Jiner, you are losing self-confidence.
Yeah, definitely.
and that's in this case probably that's what happens. So knight a6, I would sort of bet on moves repetition.
At least second time, yeah.
I simply don't see the way for black to keep fighting. If you don't take a draw, what do you do? I mean, if you remove your rook anywhere, I don't know, here.
Yeah, knight b5 is very unpleasant.
Knight b5 is more than unpleasant, it's almost killing. And
yeah, rook b7 is on the board, just played by Anna.
Yeah, and I think without much of a thought, knight would jump back to c5. And
maybe here a question, maybe, but yeah, there is no move actually with the rook.
No, but again knight b5. So I think it's all heading to a draw. Okay, here Lela may try again to play with b3, but her body language suggests that she would be playing knight a6.
Yeah, looks like that, and we might see the finish very soon, but definitely Anna, I think, will try her best, try to think about something what she can do, but doesn't look like.
I cannot see any other move. I mean, just for black to stay in the game, not only just to keep playing complex but worse position, but Anna wouldn't play. Okay, 0. We see the evaluation like 0.9 here.
Yeah,
so
almost clearly better. Yeah.
It's possible to play, but
You have big risk of losing.
Yeah,
at some
yeah,
moment.
very significant losing chances, and not clear even why you would be trying to play for a win as black this way. I mean, maybe in the last round, if everything, if it is World Cup and you lost the first game and you need to play for a win, yes. But let's not forget we have another game tomorrow, and Jiner would be playing against Kosteniuk, and Anna will be having white against Vaishali. So it's not deal done yet.
It's not impossible still. Yeah.
So I
So we
believe the
see.
repetition will be coming. Yeah, it looks extremely likely that move will be repeated. Knight c5. Anna,
Yeah, Rook
Anna
has to go back.
has no other move but just repeating. And Lela, maybe even without thinking twice, knight a6. Her body language suggests that she is not into playing b3 or something. So we got the other board suddenly. Yeah, knight a6. You see,
Yeah, knight a6 on the board. Yeah.
immediately was played, and
Also, Lela has to stop the bleeding after losing a few games in a row. I believe it was against Kosteniuk, and also yesterday was the other game. She lost. Actually, don't remember to whom, but yeah, to losing so many games in a row, not having such a good tournament.
she lost against Tan. Remember?
against
Yeah,
Tan,
very
yes.
one-sided game. Yeah, knight a6, and yeah, the moves are gonna be repeated. You see Anna, although she is in a worse position, but she is trying to find something. She doesn't want to accept the draw, but there is nothing to be found. I mean, you cannot sacrifice an exchange here. You cannot just basically nothing. I call it a draw. But Anna, yeah, kudos to Anna. She's giving an effort and trying to think what's possible.
It's actually after Rook b7, it's already 3-4 repetition, right? Like after Rook b7, you can, so to say, claim it.
Yeah, but
It's already,
anyways. So there is
Yeah,
one
one
game we
game.
haven't seen at all.
yeah. It's Nana Dzagnidze against Nurgyul Salimova. Actually, they haven't played against each other in classical at all. They
Oh,
had
it's the first game, right?
They had only one game in the World Blitz Championship, and Salimova actually won that. It was in 2021, if I'm not mistaken. So
Actually, the game is very exciting. It just has no sportive, let's say, meaning. It's not meaningful in terms of qualification or top places because both of them are not in contention. But the game itself is very exciting.
Yeah, definitely.
Both of them started very early to play out of the book. Here, they started already burning loads of time. The position was very complex and to White's favor, but here Dzagnidze went down after trying something spectacular, but
wow.
probably not very sound. I guess knight takes b4 now.
And knight takes b4 with knight c2 threats, all kind of knight jumps.
So I have to take first the rook, then the knight. I mean, typically, if you manage to snatch rook and knight one move after another, you're supposed to be doing well, but not here.
King is too open, and after king goes anywhere, it's a knight jump with a check, actually.
And then king c2, maybe something else. Maybe queen b3 check. It's still very complex, the position. We see the Val bar liking black, but not like decisive
Yeah.
advantage. So it's going to be an exciting game, and if it would be the game between one of the top contenders, that would be even more exciting. But yeah, probably we'll have to live with the fact that we will just have an exciting game which would not impact the final standing on the very top.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, I believe it was nice. We looked at all of the games. Emil, thank you so much for your input to the current round and all your thoughts which you shared. Maybe some final words, what you would like to say about the tournament, or generally what you would like to say.
No, I would probably focus on not only on this particular great event, and once again thanks to Michael Stöttinger, the president of Austrian Chess Federation, who went extra 100 miles to make everything top notch. But in general, on our efforts and hopefully successful efforts to elevate women's game. In this year, we have so many top female events. I think it never been like that. The prices got significantly higher, the venues, the level of organization, and the, let's say, the increase in number of young top players. because for quite some years we had all the same top players who already, let's say, excelled 15, 20 years ago and kept being top players ever since. But finally now we have a generation of players who are 17, 19, 21, 23, already making it to the very top, and it's extremely pleasing to see that. And a new generation also comes up. Some of them already participate in this series, like Divya Desmuk, who debuts in the series, and she's only 19, 18, 19. And more players, more opportunities. And what's important, we are able to provide an incentive for talented, young, talented, and not only very young female players to make a chess career, to make a living out of chess, to invest into themselves, to try to, to express their passion for the game, but also their skills. Because what happened before that many players who were very successful at a young age, at some point at the age of 16, 18, had to make a choice, because what would they do if they are not 2400 players yet, or 2450, and the career of chess professional, if you are, let's say, below 2400, would be very difficult. So what we managed to do is now to show this way, to this path, that if you make it not only into very tiny group of top 5, 7 players, but if you're top 10, top 15, top 20, you have a lot of opportunities, you have much higher prize funds, you have many interesting tournaments, you have something to look forward, because it's important also not only from the financial point of view, but the way how women chess is perceived, the way how the tournament's organized, and it's self-fulfilling to be in this position now, and I just am happy to see so many new faces and new talented players, and I look forward to seeing them emerging superstars like we know from the generation who currently leads this tournament.
Yeah, it's amazing to see such inclusion in many of the women's events. Thank you so much, Emil, for your time and also for sharing all the thoughts. And yeah, we are going to go for a very short break, and we'll be back together with Felix to continue follow the action of the round number 8. Be right back.
And welcome back everyone to the broadcast of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix round number 8 in Austria. We just were joined by FIDE CEO Emil Sutovsky, who I think gave us great insights into, well, FIDE in general, but also in the games. I mean, Emil himself is a very, very strong player, and it was nice to hear his insights on the games. In the meanwhile, we have already one result. As you guys expected, the game between Lela Javakhishvili and Muzychuk has ended in a draw by repetition. I think you had those moves as well in the stream, so it did end with this repetition, knight c5, knight a6, and yeah, Muzychuk didn't really have a way to continue playing, right?
Yes, we have discussed, it looked like she's going to repeat, because if she wouldn't, for example, after going rook b8, knight a6, here if she would play something like rook c8, then she would end up being in the quite much worse position and already risk losing this game, and she has to stay in content. And tomorrow there is still one game for her, so still anything can happen, and she will have white pieces against Vaishali. So definitely, yeah, you can say that the round didn't go as planned for her, but also she had black pieces against also strong Georgian international master Lela Javakhishvili. Oh, even though the tournament didn't go so well earlier, now she managed to stop the bleeding, so it's also good for her. Meanwhile, Jiner is still battling out in the endgame against Olga Badelka. So now it's a big question if she's going to squeeze a win in this endgame or not.
Absolutely. I was very impressed by the sequence she was able to find before. I think it started here after the move bishop f5. She found the move a4, which now sort of puts this pawn chain under pressure, and black is sort of forced to play b4, since whenever black would take, then the pawn on c4 has also become a major target. So b4 was on the board, and now rook d1. That was a fantastic idea by Jiner. So she first provoked a4, b4, and now only she goes for rook d1, since now this endgame would be quite bad for black, because after knight e3, the pawn on c4 is going to be very difficult to defend. If we compare that to if she would have gone rook d1 right away, now it's a completely different story, since after taking, knight e3 will not be the end of the world for black anymore, because the pawn on c4 is still protected. So that was a fantastic sequence found by Jiner. b4, rook d1 on the board. Olga Badelka has to keep the rooks on the board, which she did by playing rook c6. And now knight e2, rook c5 is on the board. Still looks like the Austrian number 1 is definitely under pressure. White's rook could now swing to the 8th rank, rook d8 check, and then knight could come to d4. So this looks quite unpleasant for black. Still, the eval bar says everything is under control, but practically speaking, could be quite difficult for black. What do you think?
Yeah, very unpleasant situation to be in as black at this moment, because even though you have this beautiful bishop, it doesn't really do much, because there are no targets for black at this situation. Meanwhile, the knight can always jump, and the pawn on e6 is always going to be a target. So yeah, knight coming to d4, or rook, bringing the rook, as you're mentioning, yeah, rook d8, knight d4, and suddenly, actually, white's pieces are getting into the black's camp, and there are some questions which black have to answer.
Yeah, and especially black's pawns on the queen side are also quite weak. There could come rook d6. It's going to be very difficult to keep defending all of them. Well, the computer still says everything is under control. How can black put up the best resistance here? I would say that you still need to keep that bishop somehow, because also some rook endgames could be very unpleasant with white's active rook. But where?
I'm just wondering if at some moment some c3 can be played. So the main idea is to open up the c file, and if white is not accepting the trade and playing something like b3, then c2 is going to be a weakness forever, and it already looks like after playing something like a5, for example, if pawn will be under attack, then black could put pressure on the pawn on c2.
Yeah, also
later.
The king is going to be chronically weak now. Whenever the rook comes to the first rank, it's going to be difficult for white. So yeah, that's a nice defensive idea with c3.
The computer doesn't appreciate it so much, but the question is what to do, because taking, then you would open up the c file for the rook, and then there's going to be a weakness on the c2. And yeah, if you don't take, then I might take at some moment on b2, but maybe there is something else. Maybe a rook d6, as you're mentioning, or a rook a8.
Yeah, rook d6 perhaps. And if black takes, then king takes b2. c2 is still protected by the knight on d4.
And now maybe a5.
Wanted to get this idea with rook c6, but now I guess you can play rook d5 at the bare minimum.
Yeah, this is what I want to get. I want to get this weakness on c2 and also potentially weakness on the h to bring in the rook to the second rank. That's
Yeah, so here rook d5 still seems like black is in the game. Not easy to find the right follow-up for white.
and maybe actually after rook c6, rook d5, there is knight b3 because rook d2 is not possible.
And then to go after the pawn on a5, yeah. That's certainly one idea. I would love to get some counterplay with black involving g5, but it seems a bit slow, all of it. And in the meanwhile, rook c5 is gonna come. I will try it though, if I go king f6. Maybe also
rook a6. And there is no rook c5, no rook d2.
Yeah.
Suddenly the pawn on e5 is gone.
Yeah, and how can you even stop this idea with rook a6? e5 would be one idea, perhaps. Seems like that is the only defense.
And the point after white takes, then there is going to be rook coming to e2 in case of rook a6. So that's counterattack what you wanted to get. And
Yeah.
this is it.
Still here, there's also knight d4, which...
But there is rook bishop d3. Or not? Sorry, there is rook a5. Rook a7, yeah.
Then white can take, yeah. This looks very difficult. Maybe you can go back rook e5.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And then after knight jumps back to b3, you go back to the e2.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But very difficult defensive task. Black needs to play for activity in general. That's very important, either to break with e5 or g5 at some moment, because otherwise the pawns on the queen side are going to drop off at some moment.
Yeah, also looking at the time, I feel like Jiner should be much more comfortable with more than half an hour on the clock. Meanwhile, Olga has 16 minutes, and there are still 12 moves to be played till the next time control.
Yeah, black is under a lot of pressure here. Will Jiner be able to keep up her amazing streak now on 5 out of 5?
Yeah, it would be absolutely incredible. Then after that, she would beat the streak of Vaishali, 5 out of 5 in the candidates last year. So, yeah, would be really insane.
Just
but
incredible.
She's super strong. She's young and super strong and super sharp. So.
Absolutely. And speaking of Vashali, I can see that Vashali is below 2 minutes. Should we check out that game?
Oh, definitely. Let's see what is going on, because I see that Tan has more than 50 minutes on the clock, but Endgame doesn't look so dramatic.
Yeah. Rook endgames definitely tend to be drawish anyway. Material is equal, so this is looking like it's heading towards a draw, but will Tan be able to ask some questions with 2 minutes on the clock? Anything can happen, and as we know, Tan, a fantastic practical player always able to ask those questions to make the defensive task harder and harder. I'm thinking if black could think about sacrificing this pawn on h6 with rook g8 perhaps, and then trying to get active if white takes. Rook c8, rook c3.
Yeah, suddenly all the pawns on the third rank, d3, e3, and a3 are being targeted. Meanwhile, king on a7 is perfectly defending the pawn on f7, the pawn on d6. That's the question, how to build a counterattack for white.
Maybe white should go for d4 here.
Actually, that's a perfect point. So now, of course, if black is not taking on d4, take on e5 is a huge threat.
For example, if rook c3, take here, and then also the pawn on a6 is going to fall. And otherwise, yeah, takes e5 is coming. f6 would also open up the 7th rank, so white could give a check here.
And checkmate, maybe?
Yeah, the king cannot go to e6 because of d5, yeah. So this is probably heading towards a draw.
But yeah, still, okay, 2 minutes on the clock. Of course, like, position is not so complex. Yeah, but we can see how it actually got neutralized with the pieces being traded.
So, when did we see the position last? So b4 was played at that moment.
Yeah, so we were discussing this a4 idea, and then she went for the b4. We also shortly discussed with Emil. that maybe it was not the most precise way.
C1 takes,
Not to
takes.
trade.
And
And there was this tactical motif, and she gave up the pawn on g3.
Mhm.
And here we're saying that, okay, maybe queen d2 was a bit too cautious, because pawn on b4 is not hanging.
Mhm.
But on the other hand, what can you play? Maybe something like king f2?
Yeah, king f2 would also make sense. Yeah.
Mm.
On the other hand, now rook g8 might be also in the picture.
No, this is a problem, yeah.
So maybe also her idea was just to protect g2. Could also be one explanation. Yeah, all of a sudden so many pieces got exchanged. So here she played knight h4. Black probably has to take, otherwise there's going to be knight f5. And shortly after we saw a trade of queens as well here. Takes rook h5. And I think we have a move here, f6, being played by Zhongyi, and king g1 on the board. I like that idea. Maybe she wants to bring the king here, and then maybe rook h1, rook c1 could be an opportunity.
Actually, now the problem for black is that in order to unpin the rook, you have to bring the king to h7 and
Yeah.
then to
And
move
then
the
to go rook
rook.
g8. Yeah.
So it's too much of a time, and meanwhile white has basically 3 moves, king f2, rook h1 and rook c1. So maybe white could get some more attacking opportunities due to this h6 and potential d6 and a6 targets.
Yeah, she did go king f7. And I'm curious if she actually wants to protect the pawn on h6. I think that at some point black is just going to have to give that pawn and just play for activity. Because if something like king f2, king g7 happens, then white
Yeah,
after rook
taking
h1,
over, yeah.
for example, yeah, this could backfire. And I think
So-
Vaishali made a move.
King f2 is on the board. So now big question, will Tan sacrifice upon h6? I mean, it's,
Does look logical to get active like this.
yeah,
And if rook h6,
works.
maybe you could
Actually-
also play king g7. That could be her idea, just not to allow the rook to h7.
And after rook h1, you can immediately play rook c8, and there is no rook c1 coming.
Yeah. And then rook c3. Black has a lot of activity here.
And what about actually rook a1? But probably it's going to be just too passive, right? Like rook a1, and if rook comes to c3, then king e2, and there could be some repetition, like rook
Yeah,
c2, king f3,
Check, for example, yeah.
and
rook c3
actually
there.
rook d2 here.
Also
possible.
possible, yeah. But should not change much of the evaluation. There is probably
Yeah.
going to be many pawns disappearing
We're
here.
like playing so many moves, and evaluation is remaining the same.
Yeah,
It's very interesting. But okay, still some pressure of the clock, I would say, even though the position is equal.
absolutely. 1 minute and 20 seconds for Vashali.
For that reason, I'm just wondering, because all this trade, it happens, and of course there is still most likely no chance for Tanzania to solely win the tournament, but okay, maybe just for sake of staying still in the content, maybe she could have still tried for something. What do you think in the game? Because, I mean, as we were discussing, if she would get sole first place, she would actually qualify for the next candidates, or do you think she already kind of gave up on that hope?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think in general she's always playing for a win. At the end of the day, also rating matters. So I think that's what all the players here are playing for as well. Even if the tournament is not going your way, then still rating points do matter. I think that all of the players are eager to finish the tournament in the best way possible.
Yeah, definitely. No, just looking at the time usage of her, and she didn't use so much time. Many decisions were played very quickly, and also, actually, we were speaking about it with Emil, that Tan is actually a very fast player. Not necessarily always fast means to be good, but yeah, in some of the games that actually backfires, but in some of the games it actually matters a lot to make decisions fast. Vaishali actually completely opposite, right, of Tan. We see she's spending time sometimes on some very logical moves, on some very easy decisions, but sometimes she comes up with such beautiful ideas. So for that reason, we have so many different players in one tournament together, which is exciting to see these matchups. Maybe one of the games which I'm actually excited to check is Dzagnidze against Nurgyul Salimova, because there was some crazy opening outcome, and
Wow.
oh, what is going on?
Nurgyul
B5.
Salimova opening up Dzagnidze's king on c3, very much exposed.
Yeah, I believe
How
last time
did-
we checked. Yeah, okay, with you we checked at some moment when bishop c5 was about to be played.
Yeah, so let's have a
Yes.
brief moment here.
So-
Bishop c5, knight e4 was played. Again, to point out, bishop takes f2 looks nice, but after king e2, the queen actually has no square on this diagonal, so the queen has to go to another square, and then white can pick up the bishop on f2. So bishop e4 happened, bishop d2, queen a5.
So exactly like we discussed, position happened after knight e4. There was a3 move.
Yeah, I think here this move, queen c2, was sort of white's chance. But it was quite difficult to see. I think after knight c3 there was knight c7 with an intermediate check, and after king d8 only now to take on c3 with the pawn.
Oh, and it's a tempo now on the queen.
With a tempo on black's queen, and then white is able to take on a8. Still the game is not over because the knight is going to be trapped on a8 as well. But that seems to be Nana's best chance. Instead a3 was on the board, queen a5, and after queen g4 then sort of the tables have turned. Nana did manage to pick up the rook on h8, but all of a sudden white's king was actually very, very weak. And this is what we saw in the game.
Still not so clear, but definitely, yeah, if white manages to stabilize, if white manages to bring out the pieces and defend the king, then of course there is going to be material advantage because it is the exchange for 2 pawns. And yeah, in case obviously black is going to create counterattack with this beautiful last move, which has been just played, this b5.
b5, incredible.
Still keeping a huge advantage. And okay, again, unclear position, but yeah, this b5 opening up.
Yeah, so after c takes b5, there's going to be so many checks. Queen b4, for example, yeah. And then the bishop is also going to come in with tempo, bringing in the rook into the attack. This looks devastating for white.
Yeah, and also it's not clear where to go with the king, because king c2, it would be knight d4, and if king d3, then maybe bishop b7, as you were mentioning. Yeah.
Bishop b7, one option.
Or also queen b5 check there.
So many dangerous things here.
Yeah.
So after b5, it looks so difficult for Nana Dzagnidze.
How do you react? Yeah, bring the rook. Yeah, looks.
At queen b4 check. I guess king c2 has to be played.
And now even take on c4 is possible because there is queen b3 threat.
Taking is possible. And all of a sudden, even black has quite a lot of material.
Actually, now 3 pawns for the exchange. So it's.
So even up material with still pretty dangerous attacking chances. This looks so difficult for Nana Dzagnidze.
Yeah, it's actually shocking to appear in this position. We were discussing earlier, they haven't played a single classical game against each other, so it's amazing to see the first matchup between 2 players with basically different generations, different styles, and of course it's interesting to see this mix at this particular one game. And okay, again, we can mention that even though Nurgyul didn't have such a great tournament, and Nana actually had some very nice games, and Nana is having a good score right now, but nothing, I mean, nothing can predict the result of one of the games. So, for that reason, Nurgyul can still win. And she won actually against Kosteniuk in nice fashion.
Also in a similar style, I would say.
Yes.
Very nice attacking chess. That certainly suits her. And this move b5 just beautifully opening up white's king.
Yeah, we see from also body language of Nana, she's fully locked in, trying to find the best option right now for white, but it's super difficult.
Absolutely, and Nurgyul Salimova looking confident. Is Nana going to be able to hold that position? It's going to be very, very difficult.
Also, she has more time. Yeah? She has 5 more minutes on the clock, and also it's Nana Dzagnidze's move right now, so she has to also find not the best, like not the most easiest, not the easiest task right now to find the best move for white. So for that reason,
yeah,
it's definitely we can say white is in trouble. Although if you look at the computer advantage, which is showing, it's not like clearly like winning or so on, but it's definitely clear advantage. But in a very unclear position, I would say. It's, yeah. So maybe it's time for us to jump in the game we haven't checked yet, which is Mariya Muzychuk against Alexandra Kosteniuk. We were discussing this opening outcome, which was pretty surprising because it reminded the yesterday's scenario. Mariya Muzychuk got bad position out of the opening, with the pawns on e5 and potentially on e5 and d5 in the center of Kosteniuk. It looked like a absolutely great position and great outcome of the French, but she made a mistake.
Yeah, and I think it was here where Alexandra Kosteniuk went for e5, with her idea being that after g takes f4, e4, the white king is opened up, and it looks like black is just going to regain the piece, but here Mariya Muzychuk found bishop c2, and now after taking, actually, black will lose a lot of material because the pawn on d5 is going to drop, and also the pawn on f3 next. So
it's not clear why didn't she want to take on d3 and then play e5.
Yeah,
that would be
that
such a
was
great position.
Exactly, yeah. Great that you mentioned that. g3, knight takes d3. It's probably the best choice, and after queen takes d3, then e5 looks quite dangerous for white with e4 to come. Also, then the knight is going to have so many squares available after pushing away the knight on f3, for example.
Yeah, sorry, also highlighting this g3 move, yeah, weakening so many light squares. So after this e4, f3 is going to be super weak.
Exactly. Yeah, that would have been a nice chance for Alexandra, but instead, yeah, we saw this kind of a shocking moment, and all of a sudden Mariya Muzychuk completely winning with the piece up, and she's gonna be winning 2 games in a row, as it seems.
It looks like this, and again, pretty interesting that out of the opening it was not her day, right?
Yeah.
And then suddenly the opponent makes a mistake, like in the yesterday's game, and the tables turn around, and now actually Mariya is in charge currently, having a piece for only 1 pawn and attacking on the king side.
Yeah, actually white all of a sudden is the one attacking. So many pieces in the attack, the pawn on d5 also weak. Look at this bishop on b3.
Now suddenly these central pawns not became the strength, but now a weakness, because now they are fixed on d5 and e4. It's much more easier to attack them there.
Yeah. And if the rook moves, for example, to d7, I guess that white could play something like knight e3 as well, just going after the pawn on d5, which seems very, very difficult to defend.
Yeah, super tough, of course, outcome for Alexandra. We have already seen in one of the games, I believe it was actually against Olga Badelka. She got this nice position out of the opening. Yeah, she got almost like, okay, we cannot say winning position, but clearly better position. And then she messes up one move, and after that, basically misses this idea of, or was it against Nurgyul? Sorry, I don't remember, but yeah, Alexandra had like great position out of the opening in one of the games, and
Absolutely.
then again
it was against Badelka, the one
Badelka.
which you were mentioning, yeah, the great position. But yeah, that's just how chess is. Like one moment where you make the wrong move and it can just go so wrong. Just one moment. And that's what happened in this game.
So king h8 trying to remove the king from the diagonal, from the bishop. But still, I mean, the pawn is, it feels like pawn is getting eliminated, and after that it's going to be just an extra piece for white. And okay, you can put pressure on f2 square, but it's just going to be defended pretty nicely. I mean, you have extra piece, so you can always defend. So now probably something like,
white can
d5.
just take on d5 right away. It would be one option. It looks like there might even be something better. I think Mariya Muzychuk is going to take that one home.
But it's also good enough, and if you play something like rook f8, you even have maybe rook f5. No, rook f5 is not working. No, rook f5 would be a losing move here, probably.
Yeah, because then after, well, still even the endgame is probably good if white takes on f5.
Yes.
But yeah, bishop f7 doesn't work in view of rook h5. And
but maybe some rook jump.
I was even thinking about like simplification like this, maybe just to exchange one pair of rooks. Usually if you're up material, it makes a lot of sense just to exchange as many pieces as possible to make the conversion easier.
Yeah, you don't need the best option. You need just the right one, the good one, just to trade as most pieces as possible, going to that endgame up a piece, definitely.
Exactly.
Just enough.
One other nice idea, it's probably not the best as well, but I just want to point it out that this is just a nice idea. Yeah, it's not great here because well, you give up a whole piece, but
actually, why is it saying zeros? I'm just interested.
Yeah, white is still a pawn up. I'm curious, but I guess that knight f4 is going to give black a lot of counterplay later on. Yeah, as you mentioned, one easy solution is enough. You don't need to get fancy like this.
Okay, sometimes you would like to find some interesting sacrifice, but
Yeah.
of course you're right, yeah. Not really needed here. And
So,
also bishop d5 is a move, definitely.
bishop
Like
d5
any
also.
take is possible.
absolutely.
Because now we have, bishop e4 idea to take and also put more pressure on the knight on g6. It was one of my ideas, because now the king is not on h8 anymore. Now let's focus on other targets. Now let's attack the knight on g6, because rook is still defending the g6 square, but it's not so easy to find place for the queen.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe while Mariya is taking time here, finding the best move out of all the good moves she has, let's go to the Tanzania, because she's facing Vaishali, and Vaishali just actually got into time, in the second time control.
And we reached one position which we actually analyzed earlier.
Oh, that's right.
It was exactly that one where we said there might be some sort of repetition with rook c3 and king e2. So I'm pretty sure this one is going to end in a draw.
Yeah, because in case... Actually, after what happens after rook c3, a4, I'm just interested.
Also
Maybe just
possibility.
simplifying everything, yeah.
And if rook d3, you can always take on b5 and then pick up the pawn on
Yeah.
b5. Still, white is going to be up a pawn on the next move, but still should be a draw because white's pawns are just quite weak.
So I want to try different move. Let's try rook b2. Idea is I don't want to give you the a4 opportunity. Just try to keep game going. Of course, like black is down a pawn.
Okay, I'm still going to play a4. Just for fun, yeah.
Okay, I take on b4 and then...
Now my idea was that after rook a6 I was
of course, you're taking.
taking on d6, yeah.
So all roads lead to draw.
Yeah, I think that can be easily said in that game.
Unless you mess up badly and like put some rook under attack, so
Yeah,
definitely.
especially since Vashali made the time control now. Should be a very comfortable draw. We see king f7 on the board.
Okay, king f7, now a4 can be played.
Yeah, on the other hand, now actually I like king f7 because if a4 now, then after rook b2, at least you're not winning the pawn on d6.
But
Yes.
after rook a7 check, I can go d4, no?
Yeah, that's what you will have to do there, yeah. And if king e6 again, d4, the king is in some trouble.
Yeah, so
5 coming. But at least the pawn on d6 cannot be picked up anymore. So I think that was sort of her idea by playing king f7. But yeah, a4 still very good choice for white.
it just depends what Vaishali wants. Does she want, because I mean her rook is passive on a1. It doesn't feel like it makes sense to continue, because maybe if really she's waiting for too long, then black can pick up the d pawn and maybe try for something. But I'm not sure that even that might work. But also recalling the game, I believe, of Nurgyul against Jiner, or was it? Yeah, so that endgame, or against Zhongyi, the endgame which she...
The rook endgame?
The rook endgame.
Against Zhongyi, yeah.
Zhongyi, yeah. So she had a safe way to hold it, and then she just overweighted and just was, basically just kept too passive. So maybe at some moment you have to strike and you have to get rid of this weakness on the a3.
Yeah, I like that approach quite a lot. a4, just activating the rook on a1. Seems to grant a comfortable draw. So, Dzagnidze's game probably heating up even more. Should we go back to that one?
Yeah, let's go. That's the most exciting game of this round. So
b5 was played, which we saw. Rook d1, played by Dzagnidze. Queen b4 check, king c2, and now b takes c4. And queen takes h7 on the board. The best move found by Dzagnidze. Not an easy move to make. You're just taking the pawn here, but the queen could then be quite useful, going back to defend.
you're right, but I'm just wondering, is there actually knight d4 and then trying somehow to pick up one of the rooks?
So rook d4,
And
queen b3.
and then some, like if king d2, queen b2.
Maybe king e3 now. And I might start attacking with white now. If you take an a1, maybe queen c3 is another option. But if queen takes a1, maybe something like queen h4, and all of a sudden black's king is actually in quite some danger.
It's actually a very nice point. Probably this knight on b5 is one of the most stronger, like the strongest piece. On c6 in the position. So that's why Black doesn't have to even trade it for the rook.
Queen b3 maybe looks logical.
Yeah, queen b3.
I wonder where Nana wants to go with the king.
I believe
Probably has to go
d2
to
looks
d2.
logical.
Because
Yeah,
if
to
king
hide.
c1, queen c3, queen c2 doesn't work because the rook on a1 is hanging, and if king b1 now, this is fatal
yeah,
after rook b8.
This is
So king d2 would have to be played, and now c3 might
maybe
be
queen
a
b.
bit too early.
Maybe queen b4 has. But then queen b4
Then
is going back. Yeah.
Would be repetition, yeah.
Because I don't want to, I don't want king to hide on e1.
Yeah, so just to point out, after c3 check king e1, the king would actually be quite safe, and this pawn is not really going anywhere just now.
So after king d2,
Yeah.
and maybe just quickly see if there is any other solution. Maybe knight, I don't know, knight d4 doesn't make so much sense. Yeah, knight d4, king e1, right? So there's knight d4, king e1, knight c2.
Knight d4, queen h4 is also there.
Yeah, actually
Nice
that's
double
a
attack.
blunder. I'm just looking on one part of the board, that's my problem.
But that's why I really like the decision to take on h7, because Nana will have some checks at some moment on h4. Also, if queens exchange at some moment in an endgame, Black will have a lot of pawns, but this passed h-pawn could very well make a difference later on. So queen h7, a very nice defensive move by Nana.
Yeah, practical decision, definitely, in this position. And of course, neither of the players know the real evaluation in this position, so they can just suggest what it is. So maybe for Nana is still like she's saying, okay, it's all holdable. And maybe Nurgyul also thinks that it's not so clear. Maybe she will decide, okay, maybe I have to go for this repetition, queen b3. Queen b3 is on the board, by the way, because I was wondering there is already like this repetition opportunity. Yeah? Queen b3, king d2, and queen can come back on b4.
Yeah,
So
it's definitely an option, because it's not easy at all how Black can make progress here.
because knight is a very good piece, but it's on c6, and it's not so clear to how it can be actually activated, because once it comes into the play, as you're mentioning, this queen h4 is a super annoying move. And
I was also thinking of bringing in the rook with rook b8, but then I thought that white can maybe just play rook b1.
here
Apparently
knight d4.
Yeah, here I thought king d1, and I didn't see how it continues,
But here queen c3. Or not.
maybe queen c3, rook b8, queen a1.
It's getting more and
Yeah.
more crazy with each move.
So difficult.
But apparently there is something.
Maybe you can go queen d6, but somehow it's...
Or knight b3.
knight b3, yeah, just blocking
That's
the b
actually
file.
checkmate even threat.
Yeah. That's nice. Rook b8 would have been another opportunity, but still, maybe white can try to give some checks. Maybe this is going to be a perpetual check. Queen h4. Does seem like it. And we do see at least one repetition on the board.
It makes a lot of sense. Both players are running low on time. It's only move 25, so it makes a lot of sense to repeat at least twice, and then to consider how to go on, what to do.
Still 14 moves to be made until the time control, so we could very well see a repetition as well, because...
Meanwhile, let's jump into the game Jiner against Olga Badelka, because Olga has 2 minutes on the clock. What is happening? Oh, and I think we predicted something like this. Did c3 happen or b3 happen?
So this was the position we last looked at, and Jiner went for rook to d6, not rook to d8 with check, which we analyzed earlier. And now rook a5, what a move. Going after the pawn on a4, and at the same time defending the pawn on a6.
It's an amazing move.
And after b3, Olga went back, rook c5, now using the fact that white did go for b3. Now there's a target on c2, as we saw earlier. B takes c4 has been played, rook takes c4, knight d4, and now bishop takes to c2. I think we had a similar position just with the king on b2 earlier, but now the big difference, of course, that if white takes on c2, then black can go b3.
And then the most important part is, of course, after... I wanted to say it after rook d2 that the pawn endgame is drawn, but you don't even have to go to the pawn endgame because you just take and
you can take on a4 as well.
Yes, and actually now even a question who is better, because black would have an extra pawn.
Pawn endgame, I'm not so sure. I think the white king would be quite fast. Still a draw, apparently, but it looks quite scary with the king.
Yeah, maybe king is in time to lock the king on this, on the a file, like bringing the king to the c file.
Yeah.
But okay, of course, definitely Olga doesn't want to test it out. So bishop c2 happened. Do you think Jiner missed this opportunity after playing rook d6? This sequence of the moves, it was very precise. Rook a5. The only move to defend the pawn is b3, then returning back. It's so difficult to see, playing first one move, then returning back. Do you think it was missed by the Chinese grandmaster?
Could very well be. Rook a5, such an amazing idea. You could easily miss that one, and especially after b3, just to go back with the rook to c5. An amazing defensive effort by the Austrian number one. And I feel like after bishop takes c2, that black is kind of out of danger.
Also, the pawn on a4 is hanging with a check. I mean, it looks like taking on c2 is the only option here for white, because what actually are you going to do? a2 is hanging. I mean, you can take the pawn on e6 and try to say, okay, I have the majority on the king side, but the b pawn could be so dangerous.
Yeah, like here, for example, after bishop takes a4, black is going to push b3, rook c2 is coming. This would not be in Zhu's interest. I was thinking if white could try a5 just to keep some pieces on the board and not allowing black to take on a4.
But there could be I wanted to say maybe there could be an idea to play bishop e4 and bishop d5. So bishop e4 check and then bishop d5 to try to attack the knight, but probably just knight e6.
Knight e6 would be one option,
yeah.
And even in the rook endgame, the pawn on a6 is going to fall as well.
It will fall, so it's not really working out.
So a5 might still ask some questions here.
On the other hand, white is not threatening to take the pawn on a6 because knight is still handing on d4. So maybe something like bishop d3 to try to defend the pawn on a6, and then after king moves to play rook c5.
Knight takes e6.
And then I take on a5.
d3 is hanging, unfortunately.
Not working out.
So a5, that would be, especially with under 3 minutes on the clock, that would still be sort of unpleasant for black. Still, the draw should be near. Black is up a pawn at the moment. It's not so easy to advance this b pawn. The king will always be quite safe on b2, and the knight on d4 beautifully, always covering the c2 square so that the rook cannot enter on the second rank. What is black's most precise way here?
I'm just wondering if rook c5 could be a move, because my idea is that rook a6 is not possible due to bishop d3.
Yeah, I was also thinking about rook c5 just now. I'm just not sure after knight e6. She did take on c2. So then I think we're going to most likely see a peaceful outcome in that game.
But it's still interesting. What was actually an idea after? Maybe just quickly can try to find out, because this a5 looks like the only move which asks a question.
So if black goes something like king f7, then I was a bit I wasn't sure what is my next move with black after king b2. Now white is actually threatening to take here.
Yeah, maybe bishop d3 now.
Bishop d3.
Just knight e6, just taking.
Knight e6 might be there.
Is there bishop f5? How do you support the pawn?
Difficult. Bishop f5, then also again the rook endgame could be unpleasant.
Yeah, and taking the pawn a6. King is too far. Yeah, pretty interesting position.
Yeah, not easy to see how black can defend here.
Because suddenly so many questions are being asked from black. What do you do? How do you defend all the
Can I go back to e4 now? Still not such a great option. King b3 is unpleasant now. Thought I have bishop d5.
Yeah, here bishop g5 looks like a move because there is a big threat.
Yeah, here it works, yeah.
So maybe here knight e6, is it possible? Because there is knight g5 threat.
Ah, you also have knight g5 coming, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is still not so clear, but anyway, should we go back to the game?
Let's go to the live position, of course. Yeah, we see that the pawns are being eliminated. Now pawn on h2 has been taken, but Olga, she's not in danger anymore because she takes the pawn. The king is right now cut on the first rank, cannot join.
And black can always just place the rook on a2. And, well, this pawn is not really going anywhere. And if white goes after the pawn on b3, then black can always take on a4, at the very least.
Looks like the game is going to go to the peaceful outcome. And yeah, if in case, for example, white would try to do something, let's say after rook a2, trying to push the a pawn, it will be always, of course, a problem for white because the pawn on b3 is defending the rook, so there is not even going to be any attack of the king, and black could just play at some moment like some h6, king h7, and just be safe there, or bring in the king someone to g6. So the pawn is not dangerous at all.
Looks like we have two rook endgames, which both seem to be heading towards the draw. Let's just see if there are any news here. Yeah, this position which we talked about earlier. Probably Vaishali is going to go for d4. Even though now I'm thinking that after d4, can I take here and then take on b4? Just to get some unbalance, but yeah, of course still.
Okay, but then after d5, king e5, rook e7.
I thought at least my king is getting active, but it could also very well backfire, yeah.
Yeah, because now the problem is I'm defending all, like I defend the pawn on e4, but the pawns on f6 and d6 are falling.
Yeah, this could also backfire, yeah.
But I guess it's also not so easy yet to understand with a b pawn, which...
Yeah, this one could also be quite fast. I was thinking
so
about
check,
b3.
king f4 has to be played.
And now this one. My idea was that if you take on d6 now, then I have rook f1, and your king cannot go back to e2, because earlier it was on f3.
So maybe king g4?
Yeah, king g4 and...
I like the computer is always showing the evaluation bar in the same place.
I mean, yeah, this is a draw. I don't know if this is a draw as well. Probably as well, yeah. So.
Ah, d6, yeah?
Yeah, I thought that this is probably enough. And if d7, I still have rook d1.
But then I'm going to play king f5, and if you push the pawn too far, I'm just going to take it with a rook, and this pawn against rook, king is too far, going to be too far.
It looks like it's more dangerous for black in general to enter this line. Still a draw in that case, but it does look risky. Yeah, that's the game between Vaishali and Zhongyi. Meanwhile, should we go back to Dzagnidze against Salimova?
Oh, I think? My favorite game.
Wow.
Let's go.
And Salimova is playing on, going for the kill. She did go c3. Here we saw, I think it was one repetition with queen b3, queen b4, and now she opted for c3, which is a very strong move.
It's definitely very logical because then you're coming closer to the time control to repeat like up to 2 times at least, and not the 3rd time. And now c3, crucial move. Yeah,
big threat of queen b2 there. And Dzagnidze played rook a to b1.
Now the question is, how do you continue? Do you have knight d4? Do you have queen a4? There are so many moves. I'm just wondering.
Knight d4 does look strong. I think white probably needs to take on d4. King d3 does allow another attacker to come in.
Oh, and then king is coming to the center. I mean, if it would be a king of the hill, then white would win. But it's not a king of the hill game. It's
Bishop a6, in fact, a mistake.
Oh, is it?
Queen is hanging. Knight is hanging, bishop is hanging.
King in the center of the board, and all pieces are hanging. Incredible.
But no checks anymore at this moment.
There is knight f5 check, but then queen f5 would happen.
Exactly.
Knight c2 is also not really possible.
Also covered by the queen, yeah. Important detail as well.
Is there queen c5 and after rook d4 e5? Bishop on a6 is also...
Maybe also pick it up with the queen now.
Doesn't really work. So basically bishop a6 is not good. Then what is the move? Is it queen? Again, there is a threat of queen h4. Let's not forget about that. Yeah, queen h4, queen d4 is a threat.
Yeah. So difficult.
Is there? No, I want to say c2. This would be too much.
Yeah, I was also looking at some ideas like that, but unfortunately for now the d1 square is covered.
Doesn't work.
So this is still the position on the board. We were just checking knight to d4 check and king d3.
Yeah, it's not so easy. Even if it looks like there is some check, king somehow is hiding on light squares and
Bishop a6 looks so natural,
extremely natural and
but
not
after king
working
e3 it's just not easy to find the continuation there.
actually I don't see other check, right? There is no other check than bishop a6.
Yeah.
Is there some queen sacrifice? No, I mean it shouldn't be queen sacrifice because queen h4 is also always can happen in taking on h4, so...
Yeah, this is so annoying, this threat with queen h4 with the double attack on the king and the knight on d4.
Yeah, big question, but maybe then... Oh, we
do
have
see
a move.
And unless I can
Rook
say,
a b1 was played.
and knight d4 check, king d3 on the board.
We
is
have this
so
position.
exciting.
Wow.
And one move for Salimova that grants her a huge advantage, but it's so difficult to find.
Is there some queen c5 or queen d6? And my idea is after queen h4, I remove the king. Where do I actually put
Maybe f6.
f6? Yeah. And after queen takes, there is maybe bishop a6 now.
Ah, you also have this idea. Maybe that's it.
Oh, the c2, the idea which we wanted to go for. But
Double attack after all, and black is gonna end up a pawn up. Wow. And yeah, bishop a6, I was also thinking about it, but now king e3.
and the problem is after queen d4, rook takes and bishop is defended.
Bishop is defended, and even no more c2 with the double attack. Also queen g5 check can be defended with f4.
What a nice find. c2 after all the straights. So let's see what is going to be played. Actually, the move has been played.
Knight b3, even stronger.
Knight b3, or we missed this move. Okay, of course it's stopping all ideas. Queen h4 and
Yeah, what a move. Stopping queen h4, blocking the b file, and on the next move bishop a6 is gonna finally arrive.
and c2 is also always an idea at some
c2.
moment. Queen d4 also is the move.
So many threats.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, king is tried to be protected by all the pieces, but it's just simply in the center, and knight and the queen are simply dominating in this position with black.
Absolutely.
Not so often to see such position.
Olga Salimova, amazing attacking chess. And below 2 minutes is Nana Dzagnidze.
And move 28, by the way, 12 moves till the next time control, so still so many moves to be played. And meanwhile, we have a result, a draw, Vashali against Zhongyi. The rook endgame finished in a draw. Let's see maybe the final moves of the game, what exactly happened.
Yeah, so we saw the position here. Vashali did in fact go for a4, rook b2 on the board, takes, rook check, king e6, and now even rook b7, and just g4. It's level material, and players agreed for a draw here, so no need to calculate all of this d4 business. Just agreed for a draw here. The king is stuck on e6, d5 never works because of rook b6 check, and white is going to win the pawn on d5 in the next move. And another result between Jiner and Olga Badelka. Finally, someone was able to stop
The winning streak.
the winning streak. Yeah, it was looking quite dangerous at some moment for the Austrian number one.
Yeah, maybe let's see the final moves of that game. Let's see how it all finished. Yeah, probably, yeah, this...
Yeah, so we did see
there.
that on the board, h5, and players did not even exchange the pawns, but yeah, just agreed for a draw here. I guess there's no real progress for both sides to be made. Whenever this rook goes away, then white can advance the a-pawn. And
Yeah,
would win.
suddenly white is winning here, so yeah, definitely. Just have to keep an eye on that. So there was incredible result by Olga with actually black pieces, yeah, and it was very, very interesting with French defense.
Such a nice defensive effort.
Yeah,
Her position
absolutely.
looked so difficult, but she found this amazing maneuver, rook a5, rook c5, which we can go to back later. But Nemiwa Dzagnidze against Nurgyul is still so complicated. Should we stick with that game?
Yeah, definitely. Let's check this game. What is going to be a continuation here for black? King c2 has just been played. And you know, Felix, just looking at all these results, I mean, we have 3 results in this round already. All of them are draws, but they didn't feel like draws at all. Like, they were so eventful, and like the game of Jiner against Badelka and Vashali against Zhongyi, it was exciting to see that action.
Yeah, now that you mention it, today is probably the day with the most amount of draws, but it doesn't feel like that for us. I'm
Yeah,
so
definitely.
thrilled how the games have been going. It does not feel like we have seen so many draws at all.
Yeah, definitely. Not a single game is boring in this round. I mean, we have all kind of action, especially on the board of Dzagnidze against Nurgyul Salimova. So King c2 has been played.
And now that I just see it, there was a repetition again. No, it
That
wasn't.
makes a
The knight was coming from c6. And yeah,
Yeah,
one
it makes a lot of
repetition
sense.
here.
Of course, so Nurgyul also needs more time. It's clear Nana is down
And rook b8.
2 minutes, but Nurgyul also needs a lot of time on the clock, so now she resets the clock again. Now also at some moment knight d4 can be played.
Absolutely.
And
b8 increasing the pressure on the b file. With knight d4 it would have been the 3-time repetition already, but Nurgyul playing on for the win.
it's actually very nice, I would say, for black to have such position where the draw is guaranteed. Basically, anytime you want, you have this repetition. But of course, Nurgyul wants to play on. She wants to continue. She wants to build up the pressure in the position, and always good to have this repetition to come closer to the time control, because now suddenly they have only 9 moves to be played till the next time control. And now big question for Nana Dzagnidze. What to do in this position? Threat knight coming to d4 is now real.
Yeah, now with the rook also being on b8, it's just getting worse to defend. So hard for Nana. And 1 minute and 25 seconds. She did make a move.
Queen g7 is on the board. The idea is to attack the pawn on c3.
Again, the best move. Nana is defending like a hero.
Like a tiger, trying her best. Absolutely incredible.
Queen g7, defending the key square on d4. And also maybe getting ready to take on c3 at some moment.
Now big question for Nurgyul, how to continue. Now she doesn't have this check anymore, but is there something else in the position? What can be tried out? Actually, is there some kind of knight? I was looking at knight a1, queen b2, but I'm just trying.
Knight
oh, it's
a1.
working.
Wow. Knight a1, and if rook takes a1,
Queen b2, that was my
b2.
twist idea.
king d3. Maybe you can go queen b3 check, and if king d3 now c2, and then you're gonna
Yeah.
take on d1. Knight a1, what a move.
Okay, so it was not a crazy move suggestion.
I was also considering queen to e4 here, but
Yeah, queen e4 has
On
been
the board.
played. It's on the board.
so again, knight a1, what a chance for black, what a move.
Okay, it's
Unbelievable
not
resource.
normally it's not the first move you see, but it's normally the first move I see. So yeah.
Queen e4 on the board, still so dangerous for white here.
Suddenly we can see that the evaluation bar has shifted, but it's of course 1.5 minutes right now for Nana. It's not clear at all how to proceed, where to put the king, and big question is definitely what to do, because there is bishop d3 move, there is a take on c3. What is she going to
Yeah,
do?
bishop d3 does look quite natural. Taking on c3 exposes the king even further. Be very scared also with the open c file now. Actually, the pawn on c3 can be in white's interest in many cases because it shields the king from any checks of the rook on the c file.
What a perfect point. The king, the pawn is actually a shield for the king, and
So bishop d3 and 47 seconds for Nana Dzagnidze.
let's see, is she going to go for it? Super tense moment. Bishop d3 is on the board. Amazing defense by the Georgian Grandmaster, showing her class. Now Nurgyul has to consider how to proceed, because now knight d4 is also possible, still a check. The question is, how are you going to proceed? Because after probably king c3.
Yeah, no more checks all of a sudden.
No more checks. Oh. And now suddenly queen and knight are hanging.
Both are hanging, yeah. And the king all of a sudden sort of safe on c3, and white is gonna win some material there.
The position can turn around any particular moment here. So, crazy, crazy position.
1 minute and 35 seconds for Nurgyul Salimova.
Is there queen a4 with the idea of knight jumping away? But then there might be queen g5 and maybe some perpetual. What do you think about that?
Queen a4 also very dangerous with all sorts of knight discoveries there.
But queen g5, isn't
Queen
it
G5.
perpetual?
Yeah, does look like it. Queen
Because
g5.
king cannot come to d6 due to the bishop discovered attack. Exactly.
Yeah. And yeah, queen a4. I was again considering the idea knight a1 with the beautiful point that after rook a1 there is rook b2 check. If king c1, queen f4, followed by checkmate. If king takes c3, queen b4 with checkmate. But after knight a1 now the king can take on c3. And once again, the checks are running out. 48 seconds.
Nurgyul is running low on the clock. She's being pressured right now because, again, queen g5 is a huge threat. Queen g5 holding a draw with a perpetual check. Will Nana survive this?
Or even turn it around with 30 seconds on the clock. Anything can happen here.
Okay, maybe queen f4 could be tried. Queen f4 stopping queen g5 is the idea, also taking on f2.
And rook b3.
Oh, of course, you're just taking the knight.
We do have a move, queen a4 on the board. Will we see a perpetual check now?
It looks like queen g5. There is no, f6 can be played, but
Yeah,
then
queen
again,
g7.
check and
It's even
actually
backfiring, yeah.
can backfire.
What
Nana
a dramatic game.
Yeah, absolutely. Nana has 40 seconds. Incredible game. Will Nana spot it? Definitely she sees a check. That's the only opportunity for her, because if she's not making it after knight jump away, there is going to be almost a checkmate. Now knight a1 is actually a big threat, and also knight d4. Knight can jump anywhere, and it might be a checkmate very soon. Queen comes back to, queen takes a pawn actually on c3. So she didn't go for a perpetual.
Is Nana playing for a win here? And Nurgyul is winning.
Suddenly.
But how?
Maybe some knight jump. Just wondering where exactly knight has to go.
Knight c5 on the board. Once again, big shift in evaluation.
Oh my god, crazy game.
King d2.
And now there is queen f4 check.
Queen f4 check, king e2. Still not clear how it's going to continue.
It feels like king is getting hidden on f1 square.
Absolutely, we do have a move on the board. It is queen f4 check.
Queen f4 happened. So now king e2 feels like the only way.
Maybe also king e1 is a possibility.
Yeah, king e1 is also possible. Also be the same idea, hiding on the king side, and suddenly king might be out of the danger, and Nurgyul will lose an opportunity of attacking the king. What a turn of event.
Absolutely, exchange up for Nana Dzagnidze. Still, Nurgyul Salimova has some material, one pawn for the exchange, pawn on h2 could also be captured. But Nana Dzagnidze back in the game.
Absolutely incredible. Solo on the clock, 20 seconds now for Nana. Will she go with the king to the e file? And she goes for it. King e1, very safe.
Also stepping out of this diagonal, not that bishop a6 could come at any moment with a check. Very safe decision.
And now only 4 moves till the time control. Still still, let's highlight there is a material advantage for the Georgian Grandmaster. Up in exchange.
Up in exchange, and all of a sudden the threats against White's king are disappearing. Nurgyul takes on d3, queen takes d3 immediately. Nana's reply.
And it looks like suddenly there is no knight on the board, there is also no threat on the board.
Yeah, and actually White's king might be safer than Black's king. In some moments queen a3 could be there. Some back rank issues perhaps for Black at some moment.
Also big psychological pressure on Nurgyul. She knew she had better position, she knew she had chance at some moment, but now she has to just go for a trade over the rooks and trying to save this endgame, being down in exchange.
And 23 seconds, rook takes b1 on the board.
It looks like rook will take.
Does look very natural, recapturing on b1.
Yeah, and then maybe at some moment Black could try to take on h2. Yeah, the players are heading into the second time control. 3 more moves has to be played.
Rook takes b1 on the board. Will Nurgyul capture on h2? Does look like it is abandoning Black's king a little bit. But are there any threats for White? Queen a3 check. Maybe an endgame like queen d6 could also be okay for Black. But it's not really what you want out of the position you had earlier.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. After that outcome of the middle game, which Nurgyul had, it's not something she's aiming for. And also maybe just to highlight that rook b8 is not a threat due to the queen controlling that square. So it's also very important because it looks like bishop is almost trapped on c8.
Yeah, that's a great point.
20 seconds for Nurgyul. She has to decide on a move. 2 more moves to be played, or 2.5 rather. Will she take on h2? Will she?
Bishop a6. What a move.
Bishop a6. Queen cannot take it because there is going to be queen e4 and capturing the rook on b1. What a tactical idea. And of course that endgame is most likely going to be drawn. So now big question, is there something else? Is there queen a3 check?
Queen a3 check. Where is Black's king going?
King goes to e8, and after that there might be some ideas already of the checkmate even at some moment. Queen a3 happened.
We might see a huge turnaround in this game.
1 more move to be played till the next time control. We might end into the winning position for Nana. Where will the king go? That's a question. King f6 maybe?
King f6. So
d6,
difficult.
she played for d6.
d6 on the board.
d6 blocking the check. And now big question.
Maybe White can play queen e3, attacking the pawn on a7 and offering the trade of queens now. And maybe Black actually has to go into this endgame. Apparently there's something better. This endgame already completely lost.
Yeah, because there is h-pawn, yeah? The passer.
Huge difference. H-pawn still on the board. So what can Black do after queen e3? Maybe playing queen c4, protecting the bishop on a6.
And also there is a queen f1 threat.
Absolutely.
But okay, there is at least queen a7 check. What happened?
Rook b4.
Rook b4 on the board. No checks actually.
Wow.
Right now.
Rook b4, what a find.
Let's wait maybe shortly for a final move from Nurgyul to enter the second time control.
Rook b4 played with 2 seconds on the clock. Queen e5 check on the board, and it does seem like we have reached the time control.
Yeah, and yeah, that's quite a turnaround in the position.
Absolutely, Nurgyul has pretty good drawing chances here, but how it was looking earlier, certainly not something she's happy with.
Yeah, for sure not. And now the only person who has some chances is definitely Nana in this position, this game.
Absolutely. I guess that queen e3 now is sort of forced. Don't really want to run out with the king. And queen a1 check, king d2. Queen a2 check. Maybe king c1. After queen a1, then finally black would run out of checks after rook b1. But still.
Yeah, still maybe there could be some ideas for perpetual for black, maybe. But yeah, definitely white is the one who is still trying. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So this game has reached the time control, same as Mariya Muzychuk against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Still seems like Mariya is going to convert the win in that game. Queen takes e4 on the board, just a clear piece up.
Yeah, not much to do for black here, but yeah, definitely.
So we just, sorry to interrupt you, we just got the news. We have Milan Dinic in the studio with Vaishali.
Yeah.
Please, Milan.
Yes, thank you very much. Here we are with Vashali Rameshbabu. What a day here at the Women's Grand Prix. 3 draws so far, but two games going into very sharp games. Vashali, we were watching as they were commenting on the game. We were watching this game between Nana and Nurgyul Salimova. What's your take on the game so far and how both are playing?
Yeah, we managed to check last few moves. I think it's been crazy. I'm curious to see how it came, like the full game. Yeah, I think now Nana is better.
You've played both in this tournament. You played Nurgyul in the first round, I think you won, and Nana in round 3 or 4, and I think you drew. You met both players before. What's your take on both of them and their style?
Yeah, Nana, she's a very experienced player. She's used to playing all such tournaments, and yeah, we had an interesting game. Yeah, she can, I think, play in any position. She's a fighter actually, and Nurgyul, yeah, we have played again some games in the past, and again we had an interesting battle here, and yeah, she loves to play some complicated positions, and as you see here, it was crazy. So, yeah.
Well, on the other hand, your game with Tan today, it was a draw, and it wasn't that crazy. This was the end game where you two agreed to split the point. Can you just take us to, you mentioned one critical moment in the game a bit earlier you wanted to show us?
Yeah, it was this
So
yeah.
it was Rui Lopez, you were white.
Yes, so this is Rai Lopez D3.
This is where kind of the position
Yeah, this
was decided.
Yeah, this knight f1, knight f4 is one of the main moves. Like she played queen f6, which I was not sure how to continue. I played knight e3. This very interesting pawn structure. The point is black has committed g5, so I mean g5 and b5. So the black king is in the center, so it's not clear where black castles. So I felt I should be bit better, but yeah. So she played c5. Here I spent a lot of time deciding between castle and b4 or to go a4. But if a4, black gets b4, so I played b4. CB, knight c6. Maybe castle here would have been more precise because here she has to move her queen like queen g6. Because in the game, she got this bishop e6 and like bishop e6. If I castle here, she can take bishop b3, queen b3, and queen e6. So I played rook c1. Yeah, here I had few options to go castle, which I think she will play bishop b3, queen b3, queen e6. I was calculating queen d5 lines, but I was not very happy. Yeah, I decided to go bishop e6.
To simplify and just...
Yeah, and knight g5. Yeah, they should be more or less equal.
Oh, how the computer's going
What is this?
on its own.
Okay, actually
Let's take
nothing
a-
much happened.
So, yeah. So I think it's some because it's sunny, so we have some
I'll lose this.
impacts on the screen here.
Yeah, it was always equal. I think after this rook exchange, I think it should be just equal. Maybe I had some chances earlier, but yeah, I didn't see how. Yeah, then we
You can-
went to this rook endgame.
You preferred a draw here much earlier, I would imagine, because you were tight on time. But Tan continued to play. This is the second game in this tournament. The first one was against Salimova, where Tan played a dead drawn rook endgame, trying to test her opponent. Is that her style? Do you think it's something that you expect at this level, or do you expect not to play drawn endgames because it's a draw?
No, I think like I expect like player like her to just keep playing the position, not I mean just keep putting pressure. Like how she won against Nurgyul, like she kept on putting pressure, and at some point, yeah, it became tricky, and yeah, I expected her to keep playing. Yeah, that's why I spent time. I made sure I didn't give any chance. Like I got this rook a1 and a4. Yeah.
Yeah, she later gave
Yeah,
up a
which,
pawn temporarily.
Yeah, she
just
gave pawn
some
for some
options.
activity, and yeah, I got this a4. Like it was just forcing.
So you were in time to hold everything.
Yeah.
In this game, in the previous few games, we've seen that you've gotten into time trouble pretty early, even starting in the opening phase of the game. Why is that? Is something changed? Are you not sure of your opening preparation or what?
Yeah, okay, my time management hasn't been so good here in the few games. Especially yesterday, I think was yeah, I spent a lot of time. I knew I was fine out of the opening, but I didn't know exactly how to put my pieces. I was trying to understand that, and today again I felt I should maybe I had some chances in the opening, but I could not figure it out how. Yeah, my time management has not been so good, so I have to improve.
Well, one more game left to go. Tomorrow is round 9, the final round. You're now on 4.5 points. You're within striking distance of the top 3 places. We'll see what happens in the rest of the games. How will you approach the game tomorrow? Who are you playing tomorrow?
Anna?
Anna Muzychuk,
Yeah.
so the leader, or we'll see after this round who will be the leader. How will you approach this game? Obviously for Anna it's extremely important because she has to win to succeed in her chances of taking the Grand Prix. But
Yeah, last few games I'm not very happy with my play. I try to play some good game. Yeah, satisfying game. And
so you will just play it like a
yeah,
regular
yeah.
game, nothing changed.
Just to play a good game.
Okay, well, great. Well, we appreciate you finding the time and staying with us here throughout these exciting moments in Anna's game, and we wish you best of luck for tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's it. The games continue here. 2 more games to go. Tension is high, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Milan. Vaishali currently on 4.5 out of 8 points with quite a solid game today. Still 2 more games remaining. We have now reached the time control in the games Dzagnidze against Nurgyul Salimova. What a roller coaster that game was. And Mariya Muzychuk against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Still seems like Mariya is gonna win the game, right? I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a roller coaster in that game you already mentioned of Dzagnidze against Nurgyul Salimova. It was just crazy. It was, yeah, something which we needed definitely to see. It was quite a show. Maybe we could go slowly because it was so fast happening, move by move. Maybe now we could slowly go to the main blunder or main mistake which was played by Nurgyul in that position, because it felt like she's doing everything right, and that she's actually going into that repetition a couple of times to come closer to the time control, but suddenly something goes wrong.
Absolutely. There were so many interesting moments in that game. The first critical moment was here where Dzagnidze had a big chance to get a massive advantage with queen c2. Point being that after knight takes c3, there is knight c7, intermediate check, king d8, and only now b takes c3. And white is going to have a large advantage after taking on a8. Instead, a3 was on the board. And here, after queen g4, we saw a huge turnaround when Salimova did sacrifice an exchange, but in return, white's king was very weak. But Dzagnidze was showing such an incredible defense, finding only moves after only moves. King is on c3, quite exposed. Nurgyul Salimova b5, what an incredible find by her as well.
Actually, a question after knight c6, couldn't Nana repeat, actually, because it was knight coming to d4, so queen d6, that was, knight was...
Knight was coming from b5,
from b5, so
to
it was not
c6,
repetition,
yeah. So bishop e2 trying to finish the development, and b5 just an incredible resource found by Nurgyul Salimova. And it was looking like Nurgyul is gonna finish this game in style. She found move after move, but same as Nana, she was defending like a lion, as you put it before. The critical moment, I think, was then around here. c3, still a great choice by Nurgyul Salimova. She realized that she is in fact the one playing for a win here and did not go for the move repetition. Knight d4 check. I think here there was this amazing resource. Was it here, knight a1?
No, after rook b8.
After rook b8, exactly
so
here.
rook b8, and now here, I believe, it was knight coming to a1.
Here, knight
Shocking
a1,
move.
exactly, I'm still wondering if king d3 now, it's probably a different story after bishop a6.
Yeah, because here there is no
Also queen
knight
c5.
on d4.
Yeah, exactly, Actually, huge difference. The knight on a1 is better than on d4 in many cases because it's not blocking black's queen
And
from
it's crazy,
the attack, What a difficult move to find knight a1 at that moment. Instead, queen e4 was on the board, bishop d3, queen a4, and here we thought that we might see a repetition with queen g5 check. Since f6 is sort of too much after queen g7, black's king is in a lot of danger, and the king cannot escape via d6 because white has the discovered check with bishop b5. And maybe even one more thing to point out here is that black has a double check here, but probably after king takes c3, there's nothing really that black can do anymore, because if queen a3 check, the king might even join in the attack.
Oh my god, and king is attacking piece with some threat of the
What
queen.
a game.
Yeah,
So queen takes c3 was on the board, and now we still did not see actually what was the winning moment. Knight c5 was played.
Maybe
What was the chance?
knight d4? Was it?
Knight d4, king d2.
Then again, everything is hanging.
Yeah, and the king might escape to e1 or e3.
Interesting.
Could Nurgyul just try to develop somehow the bishop, then to get rook c8 in? Not sure how though. If bishop
after
a6, there's bishop takes a6.
And after bishop b7, probably just
Queen
queen
b3,
b3.
Yeah. That's the big problem.
Is there rook b6?
Trying to get rook c6. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that's very difficult to find. If rook takes b3, then rook c6. Still doesn't even look so clear because, well, white has two rooks for the queen, or will have two rooks for the queen. But this is in fact, or this was in fact the best way for black in that case. Instead, knight c5 was on the board, king d2, queen f4 check, king e1. And here already we were feeling like it's sort of heading into the wrong direction for Nurgyul. White might as well take over the initiative.
Here, nice find, tactical find. Bishop coming to a6 was played, but not so great actually. In case of queen taking on a6, there would be queen e4 heading into the queen endgame, which most likely is going to be a draw because there's always going to be some kind of perpetual after taking the rook on b1.
Absolutely. But instead, Nana played queen a3 check. We were discussing at this moment maybe queen takes h2 would be one possibility for black, just to gain one more pawn, because then often if queens are exchanged, this pawn makes a huge difference in the end. But it does look quite scary. White has queen a3 check, but still it seemed like to us that black is surviving. Even queen d6 could be an option to try and simplify at this moment.
Yeah, but she went for this bishop a6, and after queen a3, very precise move, d6 was played, and rook before attacking the queen. The only way to go with the queen was coming to e5 with a check. And after queen e3, now Nurgyul is taking time and thinking, can she go to that endgame? Can she trade the queens, or should she rather try to take pawn on h2? Actually, question, can she do it?
Probably white can take on a7 and on a6, and I don't think there are any chances for perpetual check there. If queen h1, then the king is escaping, or even queen f1 is there, so.
Not even giving up a pawn, so
yeah,
definitely big threat in the position with queen e3 targeting the pawn on a7 and offering the queen trade. How do you defend both of them. There is still queen a1 check actually in the position.
Yeah, this was what we briefly had before. Queen a2 check, king c1. And now queen a1 check, rook b1, so it does continue. And here I was thinking that maybe black can go for queen to a4. We do have a move on the board, by the way. With the point that after queen takes a7, black can go to f6, and now the queen on a4 covers the d4 square.
So queen a1 was indeed played, and king d2 is on the board. So we might see actually this continuation right now, because it feels like there is not much else left to do for Nurgyul than to try give some checks, try to get either perpetual or try to just defend everything, because if she allows queen coming to a7 without weakening the white's king and like creating some ideas of perpetual herself, it might not be the best option. And bishop actually on a6 is perfectly cutting the king. So queen a2 was played.
And king c1 also on the board. If we could just take a moment, I think it was here where I was surprised by the move rook b4. It is the strongest move in fact, but it's just such a hard move to find, because you're, especially with 30 seconds on the clock, you are allowing queen e5, queen a1 check, but Nana saw all of this with just seconds on the clock. I was curious about this move queen e3 here right away though. I was not entirely sure.
Actually, she played, she played it at move 40, right? This rook b4
Yeah,
was
exactly.
move 40, wow.
Such a hard move to make with just seconds on the clock. I thought this does look safer, but I guess after queen c4 it might sort of be similar to the game. White will pick up the pawn on a7, but still black has a lot of active play with queen and bishop.
Yeah, some issues on the f1 square. So rook b4, super interesting idea. So now king goes to c1. We might see queen a1 and rook b1 on the board. What else to play as black? She went back with a bishop to a8, c8, sorry, defending the pawn on a7.
Wow.
But now,
And a huge blunder.
yeah, now I'm wondering if there could be some trap of this bishop. Is there some queen c3 or I don't know, like
Queen
some
c3, one option. Also queen g5 looks very dangerous at the moment.
queen g5. How do you defend your king? Where do you go? Because if you go with a king to the 8th rank, there could be actually rook b8.
Rook b8, queen g8 is also there. Queen g8 actually looks crushing. The king goes to e7. c8 is going to be hanging. If the king goes to d7, then f7 is going to fall.
Suddenly it looks like game over. King d7 has to be tried.
King d7.
The only try in the position. But here, what can actually... Can she attack? Yeah, I wanted to ask.
Silent move like queen f6 would be one option, because I'm just defending the a1 square.
Is there queen a3?
Yeah, and here I thought after rook b2 that black doesn't have that many checks anymore.
Yeah, queen c5, but then there is rook c2.
Rook c2, yeah. Important idea.
And no more... I mean, there is check, but you can hide.
They will probably run out
at some
shortly, and f7 is just very hard to defend for black.
What a tough position right
So
now.
queen f6, one good option. Maybe there's even something stronger. Queen g7 with a similar idea would be possible, but then f2 would be hanging.
Is there queen b5?
Queen b5, king e7.
And then queen c6? I don't know, trying
to trap the bishop, yeah?
But maybe it's a wrong try. Computer is saying it's not working out. Maybe now there is a perpetual for black, actually.
Queen a3, rook b2 is still there. Or maybe I can take on f2. With the point that after queen c8 I have queen a1. Picking up the rook on b4.
And the point that there is no check on f4 if queen c7.
Yeah, then I thought I can go to well, bishop d7
Bishop
also.
d7 also possible. Yeah, it's all working out so well here for black. So if that's not a correct move, then so after this queen g5, king d7.
So queen f6 was quite promising. Good option, but there is a better move. Probably.
Is there queen f4?
And then king e7.
Probably it can be very similar.
Does look
Maybe
like it.
rook c4. This rook c7 threat. Your computer doesn't like this suggestion, yeah, because bishop d7, black
Yeah.
is suddenly stabilizing.
Yeah, and rook c7 doesn't threaten to win any material just yet. So queen f4 is so powerful, but it's hard to say. I mean, what I'm also thinking about that at some point white could maybe just start pushing this pawn. We do have a result. Mariya Muzychuk, I assume, winning the game.
Yeah, it looks like that. Let's go briefly to the position and check. Yeah, it looks like position is completely winning. Bishop e4 was the last move to play. Attacking the rook also. Extra piece, definitely there is not much to do.
Yeah, and rook d8 also coming, yeah.
Yeah, and we
This
see
is
the kings on the light square, so it is
crushing.
indeed.
Very disappointing game for Alexandra Kosteniuk. Maybe we could point out the one moment where sort of the big shift happened in the evaluation. So in the opening stage, it seemed like Alexandra Kosteniuk had a very good opening outcome in this French structure.
Yeah,
She
it was incredible.
showed
actually.
very, very nice understanding here with this move bishop e8, preparing f6 nicely when after that the bishop is going to get activated via h5 or g6. Knight a3, played by Mariya. f6 was played, and we were thinking that Alexandra is sort of in the driver's seat, but here there was the big shocking moment with e5. What should Alexandra have played instead?
Yeah, probably should have just taken the bishop on d3, and after knight d3, queen takes. Then there would be this powerful e5 with the e4 threat, the fork. So that would be a powerful center for the Swiss Grandmaster Alexandra Kosteniuk. And yeah, in this position, there would be, after that, maybe something like knight e5 coming to the f3 square. So yeah, definitely
Exactly.
tough position for Mariya.
And as you pointed out earlier as well, this move g3 is in fact kind of a weakening move in that case, because the f3 square then later can be used by black's knight as well. But instead, this move e5 happened immediately, and after g takes f4, e4, it does look like black is regaining the piece, but now bishop c2, perhaps the move which Alexandra Kosteniuk did miss. And now the point is, if black takes on f3, then after rook e8, followed by queen d5, black just loses a lot of pawns, followed by queen takes f3 in the next move with a hopeless position. Instead, queen takes f4 was the move which Alexandra tried, but after knight d4, sooner or later, Mariya Muzychuk managed to consolidate her material advantage and took the whole point home.
Yeah, it's too hard when there is just a piece and your pawns in the center are just fixed on d5 and e4 squares, and after one of the pawns went down, it was already actually just a piece up for white, and yeah, just after a few probably precise moves, yeah, you can see that some tries have been happening for black. So
Yeah.
Alexandra tried some checks, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's the piece and the piece is too much.
And
So,
the
yeah,
result was never really in question.
Yeah. So maybe let's take a look at the game of Nana Dzagnidze against Nurgyul Salimova. What has changed and what the move was played. So we still have bishop c8 on the board. I believe that's how we left it.
Yeah, so bishop c8, quite a big mistake in this position. Queen a1 seemed to be sort of still holding everything. Maybe there was even a better alternative, but this was the line which we were looking at. Rook b1, queen a4. After queen takes a7, now king f6. Black has pretty good drawing chances because the king is very weak, and it's going to be quite hard to advance those pawns as well.
It looked like a very nice alternative for Nurgyul, but this bishop c8, and yeah, we see how evaluation bar went all the way up, allowing this idea of checking the king on g5 with the queen. So queen g5 is one of the candidate moves which currently I believe that Georgian Grandmaster is currently considering, because this is a critical it's a question to the king, where to go. Of course, if king goes to the back rank, then
Yeah.
it's going to be
It would
big-
be queen g8,
big
and
trouble.
either the bishop on c8 or the pawn on f7 is going to fall. So the only move which we really thought was still holding everything together was king d7, but in fact, white is winning here. Queen f4 was the best move. After king e7, it was still not entirely obvious to us.
I'm just considering that maybe it's not queen f4 which is the best move, but queen g5, because then you can return to queen g5. Because
Okay, so there might be something better in this position now, yeah?
yes,
That might
but
be.
we will see.
I just got the news. We have an interview Milan Dinic has the winner of today, Mariya Muzychuk, in the studio. Please, Milan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mariya Muzychuk joining us after her victory against Alexandra Kosteniuk. This was a match between two former world champions, two seasoned players who know each other really well. Mariya, before we start, this is your second victory in this tournament, only a second victory after 8 rounds. So now you are on 4 points?
I think 50%.
50%. How do you feel about your performance in this tournament?
Yeah, it's getting better, you know, and just tomorrow the final round. So I mean,
So
I
if
will
we
be
had-
happy to end this tournament because
if we
I'm
had 9 more
exhausted.
rounds, it would be improved.
Yeah, the situation is much better than it was before.
Okay, but that's good. I mean, you scored a really important victory and a really interesting victory. It was a very tense game with Alexandra. One of
Yes, I
many.
mean, okay, like I did not expect this, but you know, like Alexandra, all the time she plays something different against me. So I mean,
So she surprised you in the opening, yeah?
yes, I didn't prepare much for the game because I knew she would surprise me anyway. So
So your logic, just to be clear here, your logic was you were expecting, given that Alexandra has staged quite a few surprises here against other players, against
yes, I
Salimova,
expected
played
she
E4.
would play something new. I was not sure about which move, but okay, like I think E4, E6, she has around 7 games in database.
So there was no point in preparing, you
Yes.
thought. Okay.
Oh, okay. So I think I got a normal position. Should be slightly better for white, I think. So I'm not sure where I made a mistake, but let's say here it was an important moment, of course, when she played E5. But it seems to me that she simply made the second move of the variation because
Of course.
I thought she wanted to play knight d3, take and e5. But okay, like no, once it happened to me against her that I played white, also I made the second move of the variation and I barely managed to save the game. But here it was not the case.
So just to be clear, do you think that she mixed up the moves?
Yes,
And
I think she wanted to take on d3, but you know it happens that you make a move and all of a sudden you make the second move, the variation of the first one. And it happened the same to me, you know. So I
Is
know
that,
how
is that
it
a
is.
common thing to happen at top level?
Not common, but well, you know, we play so many games, so it happens. I think so. I cannot be sure, but because it's unlikely that she missed rook e8 and queen d5. I don't know. It's like, okay, black cannot take the knight because then I take,
And
and
you end
I'm
up
2
2
pawns
pawns up,
up.
yeah.
Yeah. So it's unlikely she missed this, but everything can be like.
Well, actually, can you show us that just for the viewers, maybe somewhere, if she did take?
Oh, okay, like it's here.
Yeah.
Just okay, I take,
Take.
I take,
Take.
and then.
There was a check, and then you
And then,
end up.
okay, it's not only that I have 2 pawns, but also like bishop against the knight, and it's just, you
And the
know,
open
completely
position, so
winning,
it's-
yeah.
Exactly. Okay, let's go back to queen f4.
So she took on f4, and then I know my realization was just terrible. But, you know, I was in time trouble, and okay, like, the point is that everything was fine, let's say. And here, of course, I had to take with the bishop and queen h7, but I thought, okay, like, what is the difference? I thought I take with the rook. She plays rook f8, I play rook g5, and I take on h7. But, of course, I had to take with the bishop. And
you took with
again,
queen.
like, you know, here, I mean, actually, when I played knight g4, knight g6, and I wanted to play bishop b5, of course, so I thought like my next move is knight e5. I changed the knights and of course completely winning. But suddenly I missed knight f4, and I had only some minutes left on the clock, so I decided to give up a pawn. Still, it should be winning, but you know, it's just, I mean, I lost 2 pawns for nothing. And okay, like, well, I do believe it's winning, so I do not see chances for her, but I mean, why not to take on d5 and simply mate? I don't know.
But why do you think your realization was poor? Was it because of the time pressure? You were really tired at this stage?
Simply
or-
because I missed knight f4. I do not know why. I mean, I just missed this move, and so.
Is there any? How at your level, obviously, to be prepared for everything? I mean, you were world champion. You were prepared for everything. You probably still are. How do you prepare or resolve once these things happen? When you like have to sit and approach it, you sit and go over the positions again? Do you do some special training? How do you approach it?
Actually, there is no good advice, you know, you just have to adjust to the situation and you have to understand it's a new position, so just try to find the best move here because, okay, like you have to continue to play the game. It makes no sense, you know, to get disappointed or to rethink twice, three times, you know. Just you have to play.
But okay, tomorrow is another game. You play against Tan tomorrow?
Zhongyi, yes.
Zhongyi, so another duel of the world champions. But a very important game tomorrow is obviously for your sister, who is playing Vaishali. And your sister today made her fourth consecutive draw?
Yeah, I know that she made a draw, but I'm not sure about the other girls because I didn't have time to check their results.
So tonight, will you be focusing more on your game or helping your sister prepare for hers?
Okay, I will see, you know, because like tomorrow we play at 2, not at 3, so 1 hour less for preparation. I will just have dinner and decide.
Okay, well, that's very good information. Thank you for reminding us to remind our viewers that games tomorrow start 1 hour earlier at 2 rather than 3. Mariya, thank you very much. You need to rest and prepare for tomorrow. We really appreciate the time. That's it. One more game going on here one more game here at the Women's Grand Prix. Over to you, studio. Thank you.
Thank you, Milan, for the interview. Still one more remaining game between Dzagnidze and Nurgyul. Salimova with a huge turnaround in that one. Current live position is still not entirely clear. I think still a lot of technique which needs to be shown by Dzagnidze, but a huge turnaround as we saw earlier.
Yeah, and we have some moves on the board. The h4 was actually chosen by the Georgian Grandmaster. She didn't go for the queen g5, but it was also not the most easy solution here because after queen g5 she had to find queen f4, and after king e7, what a move, rook a4, attacking the queen. And
after queen b3, not even rook takes a7, but queen c4 was even stronger. This was what we checked during the interview now, and it seems like black actually has to go for the endgame now, and with the exchange up, it seems like this h-pawn is probably going to decide the game. That would have been the strongest objective variation, but very difficult to spot all of that in a practical game. Instead, h4 is very logical, because, well, white wants to advance this pawn, and it's actually quite fast, especially once it reaches h6, where it's also going to be protected. So after h4, queen a1 was on the board, rook b1, and now queen to a6.
Yeah, now there is some threat of queen f1 at some moment and grabbing the pawn on g2, but meanwhile also the situation of the bishop on c8 is not so clear, even though there is a square on d7 at some moment. Yeah, bishop can always defend the check with coming to d7, but the other question is how do you stop the h-pawn? Because the bishop is definitely not helping with that task.
Yeah, you might be able to push it right away, which does give up the pawn on g2. Probably that does make quite a big difference, yeah, just giving up that pawn. I thought if this pawn reaches h6, it might also be worth just giving up the pawn on g2, but it does give black unnecessary counterplay. So
you also can defend the pawn on g2 with checking on g5, queen g5.
King e8 now, probably.
King e8 is possible because after
king e8, there's queen b5.
Oh, and then trading and going into that endgame again.
So the king actually has to go to f8.
But now queen d8 is a big question.
King g7, still not so easy. This would be nice, but might run into some perpetual check now with the queen not being able to defend. For example, queen c4. Does look like there is a perpetual check.
So maybe queen is needed on g5, defending the pawn on g2, and also, maybe at this moment there's something better, maybe some rook move, or maybe
Could
h5.
you think about pushing now? Is there a perpetual check?
Maybe queen c4.
Again, queen c4 or queen f1 also picking up the pawn on f2. Queen c4 maybe. That you have checks on the 4th rank,
Probably a bit more precise, because if king goes to d1, there is queen d3, and if king goes to, and you have to defend the rook, and after king d2,
queen a2.
Yeah, queen a2, and then you have to always defend the rook. That's a problem. Yes, so basically queen of white cannot move too far, so that's one of the technical problems or difficulties right now for Nana Dzagnidze, but okay, she definitely sees it. And maybe not queen g5, but maybe some other.
Also
ideas.
thinking about this here, but not sure if there is a perpetual check, just pinning the bishop and the king.
Yeah, because now king can go wherever it likes. I mean, the evaluation bar supports your decision.
Does not have to defend the rook, and after something like queen c4, maybe king d2, queen d4, king e2.
And now of queen e4, there is queen e3 for sure. Blocking the check and
if other checks like queen c4 check, maybe king f3.
Probably just hiding on the king side somewhere on the h3 or even h5, maybe actually going to the g4, h5.
Yeah, even though it's not entirely clear, like black can also make a move like queen c7 and sort of ask what you will do now with the rook.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe actually just you improved your position of the king, so you can
move back.
Yeah, just move back on the probably. The fourth rank you cannot go because there is the queen c3.
Yeah.
Not to blunder, but yeah, rook b3. Maybe just relocate the king somewhere to the safety. Maybe that could be one of the ideas.
Yeah, if the king reaches a square like h2, then there will be no more checks. That would be pretty good for white. Still, Nana is thinking queen g5 is on the board, king f8, and now it is her move.
Yeah, now definitely she needs to do something about her king, because if not, then there's going to be this queen c4 very annoying perpetual check. And yeah, also time is slowly running down, now 16 minutes on the clock, so she cannot really spend too much of time. So is there anything else on rook b8? Is there some, maybe rook b4? But there is queen a3.
Yeah.
Queen a3, but then rook b2. And so not so clear, yeah.
Also queen f1 is still a big threat. She goes for queen to b5.
Haha, she wants to block all the checks on the f1 and c4. Now question, is there a check on a3 actually? Does it bring anything for black?
Yeah,
because I believe it's the only or almost only square.
I agree. I'm assuming her idea is now king d2. And now she can stop all the checks on the second rank with rook b2.
Yeah, and actually there is only one check available, queen to a2, nothing else.
And then rook b2.
No more checks.
And sooner or later this pawn is gonna roll down the board.
This shows the class of the player and how amazingly she could find this way of stopping all the checks, stopping all the threats, not getting into messy variations, not just pushing a pawn, but just basically eliminating the most dangerous ideas from the opponent, which is a perpetual queen b5. Yeah, amazing move.
Yeah, I really love that decision. Objectively not the best, but practically speaking a fantastic move. Because, well, we know with the eval bar that rook b8 is in fact winning, but in the game it can very easily also be a perpetual check. You never know that, and with queen b5 you control all the key squares, take them away from black, and still keep a decisive advantage.
Yeah, then you can always go on the c file. You can always bring your queen to c6, maybe at some moment, or rook to c2, so that's definitely something what can happen. And yeah, Nurgyul is now taking time right now, and now it's a big question, what is she going to do? Because queen b5 was quite a threat. So first of all, you're threatening to trade the queens and b into that endgame where white is simply up an exchange, or you can just move away with the rook. That's what happened. Queen went back to a2, but now it's a question actually. She didn't even give a check, but there are no threats even now.
Nana could go for rook b2.
I'm just worried about after rook b2, queen a1, and maybe trying to
get behind the pawns.
Yes, that's my idea, like queen
g1 perhaps, yeah. Yeah, that's a nice defensive idea. Queen a2 still great idea by Nurgyul Salimova.
So still some technical difficulties for the Georgian Grandmaster Nana Dzagnidze. So now that queen is on a2. How can white stop these ideas? Because also the pawn on f2 is under attack. Let's not forget about that. Definitely there can be some counterattack of playing, let's say, queen c6. Attacking the bishop. Is it possible? And also attacking the pawn on d6.
Does look very natural, yeah.
Because the check on a3...
And she did go for queen c6, yeah. So queen a3 check, you were saying?
Yeah, and here I believe that you can... Yeah, I'm actually not sure, because you can play both moves, right? Because if you play king d2, even after check on a2, you can play queen c2.
Yeah, that's also a possibility.
But rook b2 maybe feels more natural,
Yeah.
and there are no...
It does. Because after queen a1, king c2, there are no more checks.
Yes, and after...
Maybe black can just go bishop a6, arguing that d6 is now protected.
It's possible. And the problem is that rook is pinned, so maybe king b2 or c2.
Or king b2, queen
king b2,
a2, and then queen c2.
Yeah.
Or king c2 with the idea that after queen a2 there is going to be rook b2. Both seem very strong.
Yeah, definitely. Both moves are on the board. What you don't want to play is king d1. That's the only move you don't want to play, because you're allowed check on d3.
Yeah.
Very important not to blunder. So yeah, white has to be careful still, because there can be a perpetual.
But I wonder what's
the difference between king c2 or...
No, just what black can do even after king c2. Like, how do you save this bishop?
Is actually queen a3 played on the board? Yeah, it is, right?
It is.
So now big question for Nana. Rook b2, king c2 or king d2? Yeah, how do you defend the bishop? Because if you move the bishop away, there is rook b8.
Yeah, and that's also why I like the king on c2, because now after king g7 I can simplify with queen c3.
Just amazing. And now you're going into the endgame, where white is just simply up on exchange.
Yeah, and that should be more or less easily winning at some point, bringing in the king.
What a beautiful sequence calculated by Nana Dzagnidze. Incredible. I believe she saw all of it after playing this queen b5, finding the queen b5.
Yeah.
Very precise move.
Queen b5 was very nice indeed.
So king c2 is still not played, still not on the board. But again, big question, king c2, what can be a move? Again, if queen a2 check, maybe then just rook b2. So queen, in case in this position, queen a2 check, then rook b2. King c2 is on the board, we have it. Now.
King c2 on the board, and what can Nurgyul even do anymore? I think she has to go to the queenless endgame, which will not give her any real drawing chances anymore.
Yeah, I'm playing something like queen a6, but okay, it's...
Yeah, it will also then has to go for something like that, but white can always just exchange, and Nana Dzagnidze is gonna take that point home.
Yeah, that was also always a problem for me when I was looking at the location of the bishop on c8. It felt like the bishop is going to be trapped there at some moment, and it is indeed trapped right now. Meanwhile, the king is not pinned to the rook to b1. Rook can always defend from all kinds of checks, so it's also very important for white that rook can be also in the game, and at some moment, of course, if there are checks going for rook b2. So yeah, tough position. The only check again is queen c2, but it's not bringing much, because after rook b2 there are no more checks on the board.
Exactly. Nurgyul thinking.
But it's not clear what else does she have.
How disappointed she must be.
She had 2 times repetition, yeah? 2 different positions, they were repeated.
Repetitions, winning chances. But in the end, Nana just defended so well, and in the end was even able to turn around the game in her favor.
Yeah, that's why chess can be heartbreaking sometimes, just like this. Also, we might say in the game of a Kosteniuk today, it was a very nice outcome out of the opening, and then suddenly one mistake And one move and everything changed, the tables turned around and Mariya Muzychuk brought home a victory.
And bishop d7 on the board. What an idea.
Oh, bishop d7. So now the point is, if you take on d7, there is a perpetual. Or is there?
That's the question. Does look like it is. Bishop d7 move, which we completely missed. Nurgyul still finding a very nice defense. So here, I assume that queen to a2. No, maybe queen c5, not to allow the rook.
Yeah, queen has to always give checks like on the c file, and then after king goes back, then queen d4, probably.
Yeah, and the king cannot go to the e file because then queen e4 is going to be there.
Yeah, so king has to be like on c2, and then
again queen c4.
You're coming closer and closer, and rook cannot really stop all the checks. Here queen c4 or king or queen a5 actually. Maybe queen a5 is precise.
That still b6, and again we have queen c5 then. So how do we actually win after bishop d7?
Bishop d7 want to move. So maybe just to highlight, rook b8 would not work because king is coming to e7. Or maybe it works.
Maybe I can go rook b7 now. That might be one idea.
And now the point is, after queen a2, you're going just to move the king.
I was hoping that I can escape somewhere. Let's try king
I'm just
d3.
interesting where, yeah?
Maybe some place like that, if I can manage.
Actually, after queen a3, king d4, there are no checks.
Queen a1 still.
Queen a1.
Or
yes.
e5.
No.
But I was thinking king e2 maybe.
But maybe king e4.
Yeah, I was just a bit scared that it might run into some checks here with the pawns, and the king might
I just wanted to hide it on g5, but okay, probably not working.
Also, there's maybe this nice idea.
Oh, wow.
At least that was my point. And then to pick up g2, but again, a bit too creative,
h-pawn
I
probably
guess.
too much.
But king e2 perhaps, and then the good thing is that those two pieces are protecting B and C files. So queen a2 would be forced.
King f3.
Yeah, and I thought now maybe king g4.
And now it's a different story because after f5 you immediately go to g5 and there are no more checks on the board. Oh, this is crazy.
Nana goes for rook b8.
Rook b8 is on the board. Will we see? Because king e7 looks like it's going to be a move. If you play king g7 after queen takes on d7, it's no longer perpetual.
Well, I could go for that, but I guess the easier way is just to exchange queens once again. I'm not sure about this. Yeah, it is in fact winning because now the rook is shielding some checks from the b file. But again, not something you really want to calculate here.
Yeah, definitely. So king is on e7, not going into the losing endgame. Of course, the only try for Nurgyul to try to keep the position together. And now, will Nana go for the rook b7 and pin that bishop to the king and win the game?
Yeah, rook b7 is the decisive move in this position, and at some point the checks are going to run out.
She still has 12 minutes on the clock. She still has a lot of time to consider in this position. Nurgyul is in big trouble.
Absolutely, and I think this was one of the one of the craziest games I've seen so far in this event. Just so interesting, especially with the time trouble.
Yeah, and also heartbreaking for the Bulgarian international master Nurgyul Salimova. What a heartbreak.
But such a high quality in this game, especially. Like both players were, Nurgyul was attacking amazingly well, and Nana was defending so well.
Yeah, all on the seconds on the clock. So it was absolutely crazy finding all these precise ideas of defense by white. Yeah, that was something special you don't really see so often.
Do you have something like a favorite game so far from this event?
That's a very good question. There are so many games which are popping out immediately, some highlights. I would say that the game of with white pieces was playing Mariya Muzychuk against Jiner, when there was this idea of knight h3 and g5, where Jiner didn't find it first, didn't find it second time, but then basically she reached the second control and then went for this idea. This was quite amazing. What about you?
Well, it's hard to pick one. I would just pick like 5 of the last Zhu games because well, all of her games were just.
Okay, if you could do like this, I would also pick, but not this round.
Yeah, this round I also have to say. I mean, the game was like from super high quality. The game was not decisive after all, because well, Olga also defended the endgame incredibly well. But well, Zhu's game also from yesterday against Dzagnidze was very nice. So there are many candidates for that.
Yeah, many games were. I mean, we had so many decisive games today. Probably the game when we have the most draws, but even those draws were pretty eventful and definitely, as you were mentioning, precise game with super high quality where players had to defend, had to be really precise, like Olga. But Badelka was struggling in that endgame and she managed to defend, which was absolutely incredible by her, as well as we had also the game of Lela Javakhishvili against Muzychuk, which was also the game where Anna was trying hard to continue the game, but yeah, simply Javakhishvili is very solid player, and she didn't let the draw go. And Rook B7 is on the board. We have it.
B7 has been played. Only one check for Nurgyul Salimova. Queen A2 has also been played. Now probably the king run is going to happen. Only question is which route is Nana going to take. I guess both king D1 or king D3 are possible.
Yeah, what I don't like about king D1 is that you're allowing queen A1 and then maybe queen E5.
Yeah,
so that's
a great point. So after queen A1 I would have to go back to C2, yeah, but don't really want to allow the queen coming to E5, yeah. Great point. So king D3 is the cleanest. Again, only check is on A3. King E2, only check is on A2. King F3, only check is on A3 once again. And after king G4, well, there's not even a check on A4 anymore. And if F5, as you pointed out, king G5, again, no more checks.
Okay, there is also one more check with E5, but okay, then you're just winning.
Yeah, and then you can take on D7, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
King D3 is on the board.
King D3, played by Nana Dzagnidze.
The king walk has just started. It's going to go all the way to the G5 square. Very interesting endgame.
Is there anything that Nurgyul can't try anymore?
Okay, queen D5, but then she would go to this bad endgame, so that's the only way.
Queen D5 would exchange queens, but after rook A7 it's just a hopeless endgame.
Yeah, even worse than could have been in the other variation, but yeah, definitely she has to try to keep on checking, but as we were mentioning, the only check on the board which is available is queen A3. And after that, king would go on E2, not allowing any F5 business. Yeah, and is there any, like, I'm just wondering if there is any king moves, like king F6 or king F8, just to give up the bishop and create some threats of the perpetual.
Yeah, still, I believe that the king is going to run out at some moment.
Yeah, to H5 maybe even.
Yeah, even that might be possible. Queen B2, king F3.
Queen B3 maybe.
And now king G4.
Queen D1. But then there is suddenly queen F3.
Yeah, queen F3, yeah. And other than that, queen B4 is possible, but now king H3 and the king is going to step back.
King is hiding.
Queen A3, king E2 is on the board.
Yeah, what we were expecting as well. Again, the only check available is queen coming to A2. But even that feels like it's going to run out of the checks. And what else to do for Nurgyul?
Yeah, it's just looks like a hopeless situation.
Again, maybe some king move, but I am not sure. Maybe king f8, but
Yeah, but it's probably gonna be similar to before. She did make a move.
let's see, did she give a check? Yeah, queen on
Yeah.
a2.
A2 has been played.
No. Looks like king f3 is the only move, because if you go to f1, then there's going to be just one more check, and you will return to e2, so doesn't make any sense.
And then even queen e5 is in the mix.
Actually, yes. So you shouldn't allow queen coming to a1. And after king f3, again, one more check. On
Yeah.
a3 is still available.
And
Yeah,
then
what-
just king g4.
Yeah, what a heartbreaking result for Nurgyul.
Yeah, it really is. She played such an amazing attacking game.
Maybe let's go one more time to that moment where everything kind of shifted in the game. Maybe we can actually look this game from the opening. Actually, what happened? How did they reach to that crazy position?
Just about to suggest that. Started out with sort of a solid game in the English. Nurgyul Salimova went for queen b6, sort of a sideline, which we were not familiar with. And it quickly heated up here. At this moment, bishop takes f2 is not possible, because after king e2, the bishop on f2 is going to get lost. Instead, Nurgyul played bishop b4 check, bishop d2, queen a5. And here there was the first sort of very critical moment where Nana Dzagnidze could have had sort of an almost decisive advantage with queen to c2, with the point that after knight takes c3, there is knight c7 check, and only then to take on c3, followed by knight takes a8 on the next move.
Suddenly two pieces are under attack, and that would actually get into a clearly better position for Nana.
Yeah.
But she missed it.
Yeah, she went for a3, and then after queen f5, queen g4, which gave actually the advantage to black, but it was so hard to understand all of that because, well, white did win the rook on h8, but all of a sudden white's king was just under so much attack here.
Yeah, it was a materialistic approach, but at the end actually it did work out for her. But in this position it was very difficult for Nana to find all the only moves, but her defense was actually superb. She was playing all this very difficult and precise moves, and we were also looking at the evaluation. It almost didn't change, so every move was super, super precise. And here, after c3, after repeating a couple of times, Salimova went for this also knight d4 again, repeating one more time, getting closer to the time control to get more time because she was down to 3 minutes on the clock. But that's where mistake came after rook b8, queen g7. Here, there was a big opportunity for Nurgyul going for amazing knight a1 check.
That was a brilliant idea, which you spotted. And the point is that after rook takes a1, there was queen to b3, important, so that after king d3, there's c2, and black is going to take on d1 next. Still not a hopeless situation for white, but black is a pawn up, and in the endgame it should be decisive. But instead, queen e4 was played, bishop d3, queen to e4. And now queen takes c3, which was shocking to us. We expected queen g5 to be played when probably black cannot really escape the perpetual check after king e8, queen g8, followed by move repetition. Instead, Nana played queen takes c3, which in the end actually paid off for her, but there was a huge chance for Nurgyul Salimova, which is the move rook b6. However, very, very difficult to spot. The point is just that black goes rook c6 on the next move, and there's actually no way to stop that for white. Rook c6 is just going to pick up the queen. However, knight c5 was played, and now Nana was totally back in the game, and we did reach the time control. Here, bishop a6 was still played on move 38. Queen takes h2 might have been here the best chance to save the draw.
Just eliminating this edge pawn.
Exactly, because as we see in the game now, this h pawn actually makes a huge difference in the end. But she played bishop a6 with a nice tactical idea that queen takes a6 fails because of queen e4 check. But instead, Nana played queen a3 here, rook b4, another fascinating decision with just 2 seconds on the clock. And the king all of a sudden was, in fact, quite safe. Black ran out of checks in the end, and bishop c8 probably was the decisive blunder Do you think that Nurgyul did have some chances here still to save the game?
Yeah, definitely, because there is always some ideas for the perpetual. So for that reason, I would say that she definitely had still some ideas to stay in the game, to try. Because yeah, bishop c8 basically looking logical to put the bishop on d7, but it, yeah, basically with that move, she just brought her bishop to, to its own prison, because after move queen g5, she
h4 first,
h4,
yeah.
yes,
Queen g5 was even stronger at this moment.
Yes.
Just to point out, it was quite important for black to keep that bishop active. I think that queen a1 was probably still the best defense, and after something like rook 1, then just to go back queen a4. And still, white is in the driver's seat here, but due to the bishop now being active, it's still not easy at all by any means for white to actually convert that to a full point.
Yeah, and also king cannot reach the king side safely, so for that reason, obviously, there was still a chance for white to get actually it wrong. But after bishop c8, suddenly, here h4 was played, and it felt like there are no actually perpetual anymore, while h-pawn can run any moment to the king, to the h8 slowly, and that's the huge power of white's position right now. So queen a1 was tried to give some check, but after rook b1.
Yeah, maybe just to point out briefly, there was this nice line which we did see with some help, that after queen g5 check,
king d7
king
had
d7,
to be
yeah.
played. And then here queen f4.
Yeah, here there was this move rook a4, which is very hard to spot, with the idea that now queen c4 trades the queens, and it's funny that black actually has no checks here. And
yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable. Of course, difficult to spot, and but yeah, after queen c4, no more checks, and the queen and bishop are both under attack. So
yeah.
Tough.
But
position.
h4 was played by Nana, also a very practical decision. And another nice moment which we saw here was this move queen b5, which again is not the best objective move, but practically speaking it probably is, because it just keeps the white king from not ending up in some sort of perpetual check dilemma, with the queen still being there to shield the king from any checks. And yeah, queen a2 was then followed by queen c6, and now we actually see that the bishop is sort of trapped in many cases.
Yeah, I absolutely love how this part of the game, how the sequence of the moves which Nana chose in this position actually helped her to eliminate all the dangerous checks. And after rook b8, rook b7, queen a2, queen a3, there is always a check, but the king is escaping on the light squares all the way to the a3 or h5, depends where it wants to go. And actually very nice move, queen b3.
So
now.
If white takes on b3, this position would still be winning, but at least it would require some work. But Nana not even taking the queen, just going king g4, still not taking, going king h3. And, well, there's just nothing.
Cold-bloodedly not taking the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, now there is no way to defend on d7, and basically it's a game over. No more check. Okay, the only checks you can do again on on a3 or b3 again.
Or b3 once again.
Yes, once again, but then after g3.
g3 or king h2. And there's just nothing to do anymore. White is going to take on d7 on the next move. So I believe we're going to see resignation any moment now, but cannot really blame Nurgyul. She must be so distressed after this game.
And she's giving a check on a3, and now Nana is considering what to play king h2 or maybe g3. But both moves seems like stopping all kind of checks and not a big of a difference.
Yeah.
But yeah.
g3, f3, king h2 should all be enough for the win, but Nana just making sure after such a roller coaster game would be the cherry on the top to not win the game in the end.
Absolutely, and both of the players are definitely extremely strong, and this time trouble, what we have seen in this game, it's probably the first such time trouble in the tournament. And we see the handshake, resignation. Nurgyul has resigned. Nana Dzagnidze is winning against Nurgyul Salimova.
Yeah, king h2 was the last move, so Nana Dzagnidze now on +1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so
What a fighting game today.
Yeah, Nana, super strong. And it was actually a very interesting approach what she had here in this game. First, taking the material, getting worse position, but definitely it was difficult for Nurgyul to find the most precise ways to keep the advantage and attacking the king, and then in the time trouble, taking over that how game can go, any moment, any wrong move, and suddenly you are much worse.
Yeah, what a fighting game. And to sum up the results, Dzagnidze did win the game against Nurgyul Salimova, as we saw Lela Javakhishvili with more or less a solid draw against Muzychuk, even though Anna was for sure trying in the opening stage. I mean, for her still, there's a lot at stake in this event, trying to get the spot to the FIDE candidates tournament. But in the end, the game ended in a draw. Other games included Vaishali against Zhongyi, which was also, I believe, more of a solid game. I think both players played very decently, and in the end it was just a peaceful outcome. The only other decisive game was in fact Mariya Muzychuk against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Perhaps we can have another look at the decisive moment in that game, which...
Yeah, it was the moment where the Black made the mistake after move g3 here. What Black had to do is just to grab the bishop on d3 and get very nice center with the e5 pawn. But actually she went for the e5 immediately. First, actually, when we were looking at this game with Emil, he said probably it's some broadcast error. She for sure took on d3 and then played e5. But we zoomed in the board, and it was actually on the board. Yeah, big miss here by Kosteniuk, because after simple take on d3, queen d3, and e5, she would get an amazing position, and yeah, very strong pawns. e4 is coming, so many weak squares on the king side. But instead of that, she had g3, and after that, she went for e5, giving up a piece with the idea of going for the e4. So then, after simple move, bishop c2 maybe was missed.
Might have been missed. Again, the point, if Black takes on f3 now, regains the piece, but White is just picking up all the pawns now. Queen takes d5 with check, and on the next move, White is going to win on f3. Also, Mariya Muzychuk pointed out in the interview that this position is in fact hopeless for Black. Another thing which I quite like, which she said, was here that the bishop is in fact much stronger than the knight on c6, which is actually a very good remark. The knight on c6 doesn't have really any squares to go, and also the bishop is generally better in open positions.
Yeah, but also 2 pawns up, it's just
absolutely
summing it up. So
yeah, exactly.
And after...
Another thing which I found quite interesting, which Mariya, at least I believe to have heard it in an interview, that it might have been sort of a mix-up, that she actually wanted to take on d3 first and then only to go e5, but then she sort of might have mixed up the move order, which actually happened also many times to me before, and it's quite painful.
Yes,
as you mentioned, knight takes d3 would in fact have given Alexandra Kosteniuk quite a nice advantage with e4 to come.
Yeah, and after the take on f4, e4, bishop c2, queen f4, of course, here Kosteniuk still tried a bit, but it was really not enough. Knight d4, yeah, the piece is a piece. And
yeah, and in the end, Mariya Muzychuk was able to convert that win. And we do have our last interview for today. Milan Dinic in the studio. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Felix. Yes, after nearly, 5 hours of play here in Geschlossen Murtal in southern Austria, round 8 is finally finished, and we have the winner of the final game, Nana Dzagnidze, who defeated Nurgyul Salimova in an extremely tense and sharp game with a lot of twists and turns. This is not the first time we have an interview like this after a sharp game, after time trouble. Time trouble seems to be following you, at least from most tournaments where I report from, but I guess in others. Why? How does that happen? What's your take
today,
on the time trouble?
I was trying to remember my analysis here, but after Queen a5, I don't know. I'm not sure with the bishop. I don't know. I remember that I saw this knight a4, Queen a5, but in this position, in this moment, I couldn't remember what to do. Actually, bishop b4 was right. Okay, so.
At this time we're watching them would help
Yeah.
the computer, yeah.
Queen c2. Queen c2 instead of a3. Oh, this. I didn't see at all this move. I was calculating so many lines, but queen c2, I don't know.
In all fairness, it was a very complicated
Very
game
complicated,
opening,
yeah.
so understandably, both of you spent a lot of time.
So yeah, I decided to go in this position, but when I got on the board this position, I already was so scared because some mating ideas was always in the air. So I don't know. Yeah, very tough position for white here. I was trying to survive somehow, but there must be, I think, some winning, just direct win for black.
What the idea was kind of
Even
queen b3,
even
c3.
if at some moment she could go just d5, I don't know, here or even here. After d5, I really don't know what to do actually. Queen h4, f6,
Let's check.
yeah. Okay, queen b3. I was trying to find like defensive resources.
But at this point, both of you
But-
were in time trouble, so
Yes,
she made a
yes,
repeat of
yes.
moves now here to get some seconds.
Yeah. It is miracle that I didn't get mated here. I don't know.
Well, this was the moment
Yeah.
that he dropped
Here
her advantage.
actually I already felt that after queen g7. Actually knight a1 I saw, but I wanted to go king d3 here. What after queen?
No,
This move, bishop a6. I thought I have to king e3. Then what? Queen c5. And what?
well then kind of, yeah.
If I go king f3, yeah, must be winning. Must be winning, but just rook b1 and yeah,
Everything is hanging.
yeah, everything is hanging. So after here, yes, I saw. I was very very low on time, but I saw that I have this perpetual and draw. But when I saw queen c3, I didn't see like direct mate or something. And that's why I decided to go queen c3. Actually, there was rook b6. This move I didn't see. It's good that she also missed this move.
Well, this was desperate time trouble. We're talking seconds
Yeah,
here for both
yeah,
of you when you're trying
yeah.
to.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know what to say because this engine goes ups and downs and yeah, but even here I think she should have
She opted
taken.
to
She
simplify it.
should have taken. I think queen h2 and must be draw. Yeah.
But okay,
But
maybe
after bishop a6 and she gave me
did that
already.
move surprise you, bishop a6? It seems a bit like,
Yeah.
because it was seconds on the clock, like a bit of psychological play, because now you need to find where to place your queen.
No,
and-
I saw that I have check on a3. I saw this, and when I saw this, I thought I'm fine. And rook b4, and here I felt already that I'm better, and I
well, now you
started.
passed the time
I
control.
started playing for win here. Yeah, here I think I converted quite well my advantage. Queen 6 I liked. When I saw queen b5, queen c6 idea, I immediately went for it because this queen is such a strong piece.
Well,
yeah.
by this point, it's much easier for both of you. Well, for her it's difficult, but for you it's much easier because you weren't in desperate time trouble. You weren't in
Yeah.
seconds on the clock, and you proceeded to convert. I know we often talk about these things, how you end up in time trouble and you're very unhappy and disappointed, but the tournament so far is not going that bad. Or what's your take? I mean, you have,
No, I mean,
in
yesterday.
8 rounds, you lost 1 game.
Yesterday,
You
yeah,
non-
it was really pity because out of the opening, I didn't get any problems. I was like I had very comfortable position with black, and I played so badly after that I can't explain this.
Well, everyone has a right to a bad day, but I mean, even with these challenges you have with spending more time in the opening, trying to remember things.
Yeah. Actually, in this tournament, I mean, I hardly get the opening, which I'm expected.
But even with that, you're on what, 4 points now, or
I have 4.5.
4.5.
Plus
so
one.
Yes, plus one. So you're not caught up with Vaishali, and you're, I think, in 4th place.
I don't know how did they play, because today it was such a tough game. I was concentrated only on my game, so I don't know. I'll check it later.
It was a draw. How will you approach tomorrow's game, final game of the round?
Final game.
Who are you playing with?
I'm playing against Badelka.
The Austrian hope.
Yeah.
Will you have a special preparation for this, or?
I mean,
Or is there no
nothing
point now?
special. I will just try to play just normal game. That's it. We will see how it goes.
Overall, how would you rate your experience here in this tournament
Overall,
compared to, let's say, previous 2 legs?
yeah, I think I play more or less decent chess, and that's what's most important for me.
And I just want to ask you this. I know we discussed it before, but being a mum and being a chess professional, does that give you strength or takes away the energy for preparing openings? And
Both.
Both.
Yeah. And I have a little one, third one. I have 3 kids, and the third one is only 1 year old. So it's really not easy to manage everything like chess and.
So in a way, it's amazing that you're maintaining this level of play with free kids running around at home. So that's really good. Well, we really appreciate this, and I'll let you go to sleep and rest, because that's what you need. And thank you for this very interesting game, many interesting games, and we wish you best of luck tomorrow in the final round.
Thanks.
That's it from us here. Thank you very much for joining us and for following the analysis with us. I'm just going to now send back to Felix and Veronica to sign off. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Milan, for this interview. What a conclusion of the day. We had such an incredible, fascinating game in the time trouble. We had 5 amazing games. We had 3 draws today between Lela, Javakhishvili against Muzychuk, another draw, Vashali against Zhongyi, also Jiner against Olga Badelka, and we had 2 decisive games. Muzychuk, Mariya managed to score a victory against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Meanwhile, Dzagnidze won against Nurgyul Salimova. And it was round number 8. What an exciting one. Tomorrow we have the final round of the final stage of the Women FIDE Grand Prix. So we're going to see you here at the same place, but not at the same time, so be careful. Come here back at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. We'll see more action and see who is going to win the ticket to the candidates.
Welcome to the most prestigious women's chess tournament, FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. The final leg of competition is taking place in beautiful Austria. Watch daily video broadcast and see how the best female chess players in the world conquer chess peaks in the Austrian mountains. Two top finishers of the series will play in the candidates tournament. Join us every day from May 6th to May 15th on the FIDE YouTube channel.